All right, good evening, everyone. I want to welcome you to the regular meeting of the City of Santa Barbara Harbor Commission. And it looks like we have a very large group, which we're thankful for and we appreciate. I want to set the expectation that if you do approach the mic to provide public comment, you limit your comments, be cognizant of the time, to 2 minutes or less. If we lose the clock, we'll have to shorten that. And if you're here for general public comment for an item that is not agendized, remember that we can't make a motion on that. We can certainly hear you as part of general comment, but we will not be taking any action on it unless it's on tonight's agenda. So are there, before that, let's go to roll call, Nico.
Commissioner Anderson?
Here.
Commissioner Cohen?
Here.
Commissioner Ford?
Here.
Commissioner McCrae?
Here.
Commissioner Nelson?
Here.
Commissioner Stanwyck?
Here.
And Chair Stedman.
Here. Are there any changes to the agenda, Director Wiltshire?
Chair Stedman, no changes.
Very well. Nico, general public comment?
Yes, so for general public comment, we have 2 speaker slips that were submitted, and for anyone who is watching on Zoom, please raise your hand in the platform now if you would like to speak during general public comment. Right, we have 2 hands raised, Chair Stedman, Anna Marie Gott and Sridhar Subramanian. Anna Marie Gott, you are first. You are unmuted and can go ahead.
Hi, Commissioners. I just want to point out something that is more of a housekeeping issue, and this is in relationship to all of the public comments letters that you have received today. I believe there's about 104 pages of public comment, and I just want to note that my public comment that I am making in relationship to item number 7 appears in the middle of everything related to item number 4. So if you have time, please, look at page 78 and put that toward the back of your public comments because, it's distressing to see all of these public comments about, a particular item and then have my public comment thrown in the middle of it that is when it's not in any relationship to that. And I think it's a real disservice to you as well as the community when, things like this come out of order. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Sridhar Subramanian. You are unmuted and can go ahead.
Hello. Yes. Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for taking this request to talk. I wish to speak about the Ledbetter renovation project. And I just want to make a quick comment. Director Wiltshire has already agreed to one of the changes we proposed, which is the change rooms. And the other sticky point is the walls. And there's been a lot of community feedback about that. And I just want to make this quick point, which is that community said that as far as, when in all the meetings that I've been to, the community's always made the point, the walls protect us from the wind when we change, when we take a shower, etc. And when we spoke to Director Wiltshire, he did make the point that, hey, you've just been in the elements and you've been in the ocean, and what's a little wind? And that is a fair point. For most of us, that's probably true. But for the ocean-going community, it doesn't seem to be like that. I think most of us are perhaps older, or many of us are, I should say, are older, and maybe we are not able to withstand the elements as well. The point of the restoration is by and large an accommodation to the disabled for ADA compliance, etc. And I would suggest, in that spirit of it, an accommodation should be made to the ocean-going community who finds it a necessary thing to have the wall to protect the elements. And since the wall is already there, I would, I don't see a problem to just leaving it there so that, we can enjoy the benefit of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sridhar.
All right, and we have 3 public comment slips that were submitted for general public comment. First, we have Doug Hector, then Victoria Valente, and finally Barbara Greenleaf. So Doug Hector, you are first and can come up.
Hi. I'm here to comment on item 7. I'm sorry to, I can't stay till late, and I know that item 4 is probably going to take a lot of time. So I just wanted to go on record as saying that I feel like the Ledbetter bathroom remodel is not a restoration, or rather a repair and maintenance issue. I think it's a significant change of use that affects a large portion of the swimmers, several hundred of us. And I think that there needs to be a little more process, public input, and maybe some alternatives discussed that haven't really been discussed. I'm proposing that you postpone this as a capital improvement pending further public input. I don't really want to change in the parking lot. It's not legal, and to take your pants off in the parking lot. And there's really there's so many problems that haven't been addressed, but there are real problems about misuse of that, and there are some suggestions that can at least be tried before this extreme measure of tearing it down is actually done. And again, it's not really maintenance and repair. It's a significant use change. So I think that we need a different process. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next, we have Victoria Valente.
Commissioners, I attended the February 7th community meeting regarding the Ledbetter restroom project, and I'm here to express shock and dismay over the process, the lack of timely public engagement, and the quality of the proposal. First, why are these restroom facilities important? These showers and changing areas are heavily used by many users on a daily basis. Swimmers, surfers, kayakers, college classes, camps, the list goes on. The current design provides protection from the wind and an appropriate place to change out of wet clothes. The design is ideal for the young and old and less able-bodied. This renovation has been a pending capital improvement project for some time, but the current plan has been hasty and poorly thought out. A 40% reduction of bathroom stalls, no changing area. The Access Advisory Committee wasn't even consulted for this ADA-driven project. This went to ABR consent calendar in November of 2022, flying under the radar. There should have been a yellow notice sign 10 days in advance. The community has yet to see a yellow sign. ABR saw it again in April and July of 2023 when it received final approval. And then in December, out of the blue, notice of a community meeting was placed at the Ledbetter restroom. This was the first time anybody knew about this project. The community organized to present arguments to save the wind walls in the shower and changing area, arguments that fell on deaf ears. Still nobody knows why this meeting was held. Members of the Ledbetter Beach community met with the director, who spoke of criminal activity at the site necessitating wind wall demolition. He would not provide incident reports, and none could be found using a records search. Another community meeting was held last week, but the public was not notified. When we demanded straight answers, the adversarial label was invoked. And then with an about face, an agreement was offered to keep the changing area for now. This pacified the crowd, but the meeting was held the same day the project was out to bid. No changes made to the
Thank you very
original
much.
plans.
Next, we have Barbara Greenleaf.
Hi, Barbara Greenleaf speaking on behalf of Eco Team, and I just really urge you to think globally and act locally. We've been gifted with this marvelous harbor, it was such diverse wildlife and plant life, And I think that cutting back on the number of cruise ships and prioritizing those who practice sustainability would be in all our benefits. So let's preserve Eden that we've been gifted and do the best job we can. And that means cutting back on the number of cruise ships to 18 and prioritizing good sustainability practices. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Michael Riley.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Michael Riley. I've been a resident of Santa Barbara for over 40 years, and I've used the Ledbetter Beach facility for probably 30 of those 40 years. I'm here to talk to you kind of about the process. You've probably gotten a lot of information about our issues, a community of people that started at your last meeting on January 19th, that started with one of our public speakers saying that we had a petition of about 50 signatures that has now grown to over 450 signatures in the span of a month. So this concerns a lot of people, me included. We understand that there were discussions about this project back in about 2013. And I was using the facility in 2013 and didn't hear anything about any project about changes of the facility. Fast forward to November of 2022, when blueprints were submitted and plans for the project, and I'm using the facility almost every day, still hadn't heard about the project. Fast forward to December of 2023, when finally there's a notice put on the bathroom facility talking about a public meeting and will allow some input. Before I came tonight, I looked at the video of last month's meeting, and I noticed that as we spoke to the commissioners and then you spoke, you kind of sounded a little surprised and maybe like you hadn't even heard of this project and were a little unaware of it. And that's because we've had such short time to respond to it and to bring it forth. It's been referred to as pushback. We like to talk about it as civic engagement. Anyway, I do want to say that Director Wiltshire did say at the 26-minute mark that it is under your jurisdiction to pause this project. You can pause this project into February, March. You can do that so that we can gather more information, and I dare say I hope that you do
Thank you very
do that.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the general public comment speaker slips submitted.
All right, excellent. Vice Chair?
Great, thanks, Chair Sedman. Moving on to the work group reports. We did have one work group who met, the strategic planning work group, and I believe Commissioner Ford would like to speak on that. Thanks.
Oh, thanks very much. Fellow commissioners, I have a few notes I'd like to share with you on the after the first meeting of the new work group that we're kind of calling a roadmap for our work. We met on Monday, February 5th, and we just wanted to begin to share ideas for the content and the next steps in the process for strategic planning. John Stedman, Mike Nelson, and I were energized and excited, really, for this project to be moving forward for long-term planning for all of us. So here are just a few of our preliminary thoughts. One is that we consider ourselves at this point kind of a study and think group. We'll look at other strategic plans and processes, and we will update Director Wiltshire along the way. We really want the process to engage all the key stakeholders, which is namely us, the Harbor Commission, the waterfront staff, our commerce partners, and of course, the community. We're working with the idea of a possible vision that is aspirational in nature, such as something like we aim to be an exemplar of a California port for recreation and commerce, as well as a model for security, growth, environmental protection, sustainability, and social responsibility. We want to just think really big and then allow ourselves to move toward specifics. And finally, we're really hoping that we have a mission created that easily addresses our goal for excellence and includes objectives with specific initiatives attached to them. We think this will be an easy way to sort of follow this roadmap. So we had a good discussion about objectives, in particular, 4 areas, and these are the 4 areas. Number 1, commerce, growth, and enjoyment of the waterfront. Number 2, successful fiscal and legal management. Number 3, creating a safe and sustainable environment. And 4, communication and building stakeholder relationships. The work group will meet again soon to consider the next steps in the process because, of course, a good process is really the key as we seek to create what we like to think of as a superior, forward-thinking infrastructure and operation of the waterfront. John or Mike, do you have any additional comments?
You did a great job.
Yeah, excellent.
Thanks.
Way to kick it off, Kate. Looking forward to working with you.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Ford. Would any other commissioner like to speak on behalf of one of the work groups?
I'll speak up for ours.
Great.
The cruise ship work group has obviously been fairly active since the last meeting. I hope you all have had a chance to read our recommendations that were at the end of the packet that Nico sent out for agenda item number 4. You'll notice a lot of common ground with what we have with the staff's recommendations as well. I think what you'll see from our side is we'll have a few more points in our recommendations, and I just wanted to take a brief moment to say, we're putting those points in there is a look forward to the future. We understand that some of those may be difficult to implement currently, but helping shape the program in the future is why we included some of those in there. And also, for the unforeseen circumstances that can come up that we couldn't calculate, for example, if 2 ships request to come on the same day, do we decide to pick them because they have the most people or because they visit us most frequently? Some of the things that we're saying is that we should use the environmental concerns to help steer that decision. And just the final note is a big thanks to staff. During this 2-year process has been long. We've learned a lot. We've had turnover on the work group. We've had turnover on staff. So just a big thank to the director for really listening to who we'd like to hear from and doing a great job organizing those speakers, and look forward to a robust discussion when we get to number 4. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Anderson. Would any other commissioner like to speak on behalf of a work group or subcommittee? Okay, great. We'll move on to the consent calendar. Mr. Lopez, would you please read the consent calendar for us?
Yes. Item 1, approval of the minutes. Recommendation that Harbor Commission waive further reading and approve the minutes from the regular meeting of January 18th, 2024, and the special meeting of January 9th, 2024. Item 2, proposed assignment of lease agreement number 27073, Anchor Rose Lounge, located downstairs at 113 Harbor Way. Recommendation that Harbor Commission review and recommend City Council approve the assignment of lease agreement number 27073 with Captain's Cove LLC, transferring 51% of Ms. Amy Rose's capital interest to Mr. Brian Demini for the Anchor Rose Lounge, located at 113 Harbor Way, downstairs lease space. And item 3, proposed assignment of lease agreement number 23328, Anchor Rose Lounge, located upstairs at 113 Harbor Way. Recommendation that Harbor Commission review and recommend City Council approve the assignment of lease agreement number 23328 with Captain's Cove LLC, transferring 51% of Miss Amy Rose's capital interest to Mr. Brian Demini for the Anchor Rose Restaurant, located upstairs at 113 Harbor Way.
Great, thank you, Mr. Lopez. Does anybody have any questions regarding any of the 3 items on the consent calendar?
I have a question after you,
Yep,
Commissioner
Commissioner
Nelson.
My question is not to take issue with what is essentially a perfunctory conveyance of, or allow the restructuring, if you will, of the partnership there. But in your staff report, you basically praised Mrs. Rose as the person in the group that had the most restaurant experience. And it would appear from reading your staff report that she is divesting herself of any further engagement with the partnership. Is that correct?
Chair Stedman, Commissioner Nelson, that is correct. Yeah, she's moving on from the business, and the 2 existing partners will take over that partnership, and also they're bringing in a management team that's already working with the business. that's highly involved in the operation and running of a restaurant.
Okay, thank you. The second question was, once before, when Brian Bossy had your job, there was a restructuring to break what was one lease into two leases. And it was, the reference was, it was being done for business purposes, just to sort of for accounting improvements and efficiency. But what happened was, it really was the precursor of the sale of that facility. So I'm a little cautious about that particular restaurant. How many times has it changed hands in the last 2 years, to your knowledge?
Commissioner Nelson, in the last 2 years, it's changed hands only once, but they've restructured their business model. They went from the owners, there were 3 owners, to their LLC that was formed within the time frame of the current ownership. And now this is the second time it's changing to from 3 partners to the existing to 2 of them.
Now, I guess what I'm saying, there was Chomp and then before that, there was, I forgot the name, Chuck's.
Chuck's of White.
So Chuck's, Chomp, and now Anchor Rose, that's 3 changes, I think, in less than 2 years, right?
Right, yes, since 2021.
I'm just concerned about the fact that we seem to be going through, repeatedly going through new vendors and new lessees.
Yeah, Commissioner Nelson, yeah, a little bit of history. So the Endless Summer in Chuck's of Hawaii, they sold during, I believe is right during the during the pandemic. Okay. They sold after many years of conducting business in the harbor. Chomp, which is a business from Solbank, purchased the assignment, the lease of the business, and then through their business model, that he decided to part ways with the business. It just was not what was expected during that time, especially with the post-pandemic still affecting the restaurant environment, which is still in effect. At that point, the 3 partners, Anchor Rose, purchased those 2 businesses, and then they rebranded.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Stedman?
This is a related question. So the leases are bifurcated into 2. What's the reason for that?
That was bifurcated back in during Chomp and when Chomp had the lease. So the reason for that, I believe it was it makes sense as a business model to do that. I mean, even for the Waterfront Department, having 2 establishments as opposed to just one big one, that is more challenging to maintain, as we're experiencing with other tenants that have a very like a high square footage type of building. So it appeared to be a good business move and part of the city, as well as the new owners.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions regarding the consent calendar? Any of the 3 items? Okay, do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Seconded.
Great. Mr. Lopez, can we have a roll call vote?
Yes, this is a motion by Commissioner Nelson, seconded by Chair Stedman, to approve the balance of the consent calendar. Commissioner Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Cohen.
Yes.
Commissioner Ford.
Yes.
Commissioner McCray.
Yes.
Commissioner Nelson.
Yes.
Commissioner Stanwyck.
Yes.
And Chair Stedman.
Yes.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. Move on to new business.
All right, excellent. Can you read item number 4? And for everyone here who's in the public audience, including those online and listening, we will have the presentation from the Waterfront Department first, and then public comments will follow. Okay? Go ahead, Nico.
This is item 4, review of Santa Barbara Cruise Ship Program. Recommendation that Harbor Commission receive a presentation from staff on the Santa Barbara Cruise Ship Program and the efforts of the Cruise Ship Work Group, discuss proposed improvements to the program, and provide recommendations for the cruise ship program going forward. Discuss and take action as necessary.
Director Wiltshire.
All right, Chair, Harbor Commissioners, members of the public, I'm Mike Wiltshire, Waterfront Director. I'll be presenting, it's relatively brief on the cruise ship program, what's been done over the past couple years, and a little background on the program itself. Some of this will be repetitive for those who've been along for the ride. We've been working at this for almost 2 years now, but we thought it was prudent to kind of cover some of the basics again. I'm joined by Angela Rodriguez. She's our administrative assistant, so she'll be helping with the presentation a little bit. Angela really oversees the day-to-day operations of the cruise ship program, so she's very involved with bookings and kind of day-to-day operations, so great to have her here. Again, echoing Commissioner Anderson's words, thanks to everyone who's been involved. It's been a lot of long runs. We've been at it, and a lot of people putting in a lot of time. And thanks to the public who's participated. A lot of this has come from input that we've received from the public, technical experts, all the sources that we've brought in. So certainly the waterfront has learned through this process as well. So it's been effective. To start the presentation, we're going to do a little bit of a brief recap on the program itself. And so I was going to turn it over to Ms. Rodriguez for the next couple slides, just to kind of give a rundown of how the cruise ship program works and some of the basics.
Thank you, Director Wiltshire, and hello, Harbor Commission. It's a pleasure to be here before you to present the cruise ship program history and provide a little bit of insight about how the cruise ship program works within Santa Barbara. The program started in 2002 and is managed by the Waterfront Department. Since the start of the program, the Waterfront Department has hosted about 200 cruise ship calls, with the total number of ships varying each year, which I will discuss in the next slide. The Waterfront Department schedules the cruise ship visits during non-peak seasons and therefore limits the visits to fall, winter, and spring to avoid the busier summer months when the city is more impacted by non-cruise ship visitors. Historically and unofficially, the Waterfront Department has considered the off-season to be between Memorial Day and Labor Day. When arranging for cruise ship seasons, the cruise ship visits are typically scheduled anywhere between 12 and 36 months in advance. On the screen here, you can also see the link to the Waterfront Department website where the cruise ship schedule is available. The schedule is updated for each cruise ship season once the estimated times of arrival and departure have been confirmed with the ship. However, there are periodic updates to the schedule as cruise ship visit times change slightly closer to the call date. The cruise ship website also contains contact information for various cruise lines with ships that visit Santa Barbara. The website can be found by searching City of Santa Barbara cruise ships on Google or on the city's main website. Here on the screen is a graph of the number of cruise ship visits that have occurred each year since 2014, but also includes the visits that have already been scheduled for the calendar years of 2004 through 2026, shown in green. As you may notice, in 2020, there were only 5 cruise ship visits that came to Santa Barbara, which was a result of the cruise ship program being halted due to the COVID-19 pandemic. While still being cautious, there were no cruise ship visits scheduled in 2021, but the program did resume in 2022 after being discussed at Harbor Commission and City Council. Additionally, there were more cruise ship visits scheduled in 2022 than other years, but that was mostly due to built-up demand from the halt during COVID. Here on the screen is a graph of the number of cruise ship visits that Now there is a little bit of insight on the cruise ship program how it works on a data of the cruise ship visit. The cruise ships anchor approximately 1 mile offshore and tender ferry passengers to Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara Landing is an approved facility through the U.S. Coast Guard and creates a secure area for the passengers to disembark. The secure area includes temporary fencing and tents, as well as security guards. Once the passengers are landside, they are greeted by volunteer ambassadors from the Chamber of Commerce and Downtown Organization, who provide passengers with a wealth of knowledge about the city, along with information about where they can eat, shop, and see some of the famous attractions that Santa Barbara has to offer. Some guests do have prearranged tours, but many other guests are happy to tour the city on their own by walking or taking advantage of the shuttles provided by the Waterfront Department. In addition to the shuttles that the guests take into the city, the Waterfront Department also provides security through the Santa Barbara Police Department, and for larger ships, additional portable restrooms to ensure the harbor facilities are not over-impacted. To run this program, the Waterfront Department charges $15 per passenger, which was increased as of July 1st, 2023, from $10. The Waterfront Department receives these funds per passenger regardless if the passenger comes ashore to Santa Barbara or not. Each fiscal year, the Waterfront Department makes roughly $500,000 and has incorporated those revenues into the operating budget. In addition to the revenue the Waterfront Department receives, Santa Barbara Landing also receives approximately $250,000 each year. Those funds go directly to their business to offset the costs associated with creating the secure landing facility for the cruise ship passengers to disembark and for the loss of business space that is used for the day to support the cruise ship visit. For the business community, there is an annual impact of anywhere between $3 million and $5 million each year. Visit Santa Barbara has done studies in 2013, 2016, and has recently completed their newest study in 2023 to confirm the economic impact that cruise ship visits have on the city of Santa Barbara. A copy of that study can be requested from Visit Santa Barbara. Now I'm going to pass it back to Director Wiltshire to present on the history of the cruise ship subcommittee.
Thanks, Ms. Rodriguez. So I'm going to go over this really quickly. It's really just kind of a snapshot of where we've been with the cruise ship subcommittee and just dealing with cruise ships at Harbor Commission and the council level. So here's an outline to date as to what we've done. Going way back, this process really started after COVID, so as the community began returning to tourism and receiving cruise ships. So we met and presented to the Harbor Commission in January of 2022. So this was really an informational presentation, and it was mainly focused on the efforts of safely returning to the cruise ship program after COVID. In February 2022, the Harbor Commission provided a letter of support of the program to council. And in March 2022, staff presented to council, again, kind of a repeat of the same presentation to Harbor Commission, just discussing how we would safely return to the cruise ship program after COVID. In April 2022, the Harbor Commission formed a cruise ship subcommittee, so coming up on 2 years ago. This was really to further evaluate the impacts, the benefits, and just have a look at the program and see if there was any room for improvements. And this led to several subcommittee meetings over the course of the following years, so I won't go through all of those. You can go to the next slide. But in totality, subcommittee meetings were held between September 2022 and August 2023. We did bring this item back to the full Harbor Commission in June of 2023, so relatively recently, 6-8 months ago. The commission kind of generally felt we were 90% there with recommendations and took action to kind of continue a little more work at the subcommittee level and then bring it back tonight. Here we are. So that last August 2023 meeting was really productive. It was kind of a panel meeting, and so this was at the request of the subcommittee, and I think it was really useful. So we had a panel for questions with Channel Keeper, Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuary, Visit Santa Barbara, Chamber of Commerce, and the Cruise Lines International Association, so CLIA. And this gave the chance for all of us, staff, subcommittee, to kind of have an open dialogue and get some of those questions answered with the panel. Next slide. And so just going back a little bit when this all started, so we took a huge number of public comment and input from the commission, and really distilled the primary concerns down into a few buckets. So really environmental and water quality, so discharges into the ocean. So over the past couple of years, there was general concern from the public that cruise ships are discharging gray water, sewage, waste into the waters near SB. So we spent some time clarifying regulations, processes, what technologies are involved, and how they're operating. The other main concern was air emissions, so obviously concern with air emissions of visiting cruise ships. We heard from the Santa Barbara Air Pollution Control District and really kind of tried to quantify the greenhouse gas emissions and the impacts from cruise ships. And then there was kind of the third bucket, which was just the general social impacts, tourism, more people coming to the community. So we kind of discussed program processes and operational capacities and kind of what that looks like on cruise ship days, how many passengers it actually is, and so just to kind of try and get a better handle of those impacts. Next slide. This isn't an exhaustive list, but I wanted to just kind of recap on a few of the things that we learned with respect to each of these categories. So some of the things that we learned with respect to water quality and ocean discharges. So Santa Barbara is one of the only places with an additional layer. So since its inception, we've been requiring the cruise ships to have sort of a no discharge zone within 12 miles of Santa Barbara. That's layered on top of EPA federal and state requirements for wastewater treatment and discharge. The majority, but not all, ships have advanced wastewater treatment systems, and an advanced wastewater treatment system is really a wastewater processing facility, much like municipalities have on board. And again, the majority of ships, but not all, have these. In hearing from the Coast Guard, there's been kind of big changes in the last 20 years, and a lot of that was based on past behavior. And so the EPA and Coast Guard and kind of clamped down with more regulations over the last 10 or so years. Cruise ships are inspected regularly by the Coast Guard, and when we met with the Coast Guard, they expressed pretty strong confidence that visiting vessels are complying with regulations, and that cruise lines do have third-party spill response contractors in Santa Barbara and the ports where they're visiting while they're visiting there in the event that there is an incident or a spill. And so these were some of the things we learned with respect to water quality. Next slide. Some of the things that we learned with respect to air emissions. So no surprise, cruise ships are emitters of greenhouse gases. So coastal U.S. and California have the strictest fuel and air emissions requirements for all vessels, and that's worldwide. So as usual, California leads the way with that. In addition to cruise ships, there's roughly 5,000 tanker ships or cargo ships that use the Santa Barbara shipping channel each year. So just an enormous amount of ocean-going vessels and activity in the channel. Cruise ships do make up a percentage of Santa Barbara County's greenhouse gas emissions, although the visiting cruise ships, because our numbers are fairly low, the percentage is fairly low. The main source of Santa Barbara County's greenhouse gas emissions are from vehicles and other ocean-going vessels. And so the shipping channel is a part of Santa Barbara County, and so a lot of that cargo and freight traffic is a huge contributor to our greenhouse gas emission portfolio. One side note, in talking to Sustainability and Resilience Department within the city, so the city of Santa Barbara does not include the airport, so airplanes and ocean-going vessels in our citywide greenhouse gas inventory. That's just, they're not included because they kind of have broader reach. They're flying internationally or sailing internationally, and so those are just not something that are included in the citywide greenhouse gas portfolio. Something else we learned, so there's an existing bill, AB 953, that's going through or in process right now, and it really looks to regulate vessel speed, and so this has been something that's been talked about a lot. There's also a pre-existing program, Blue Whales, Blue Skies, which also regulates vessel speed in the Santa Barbara Channel. The AB 953 would require the Ocean Protection Council to administer vessel speed, so it's nice to see that there's larger agencies and forces kind of moving towards regulating that. And we learned that a number of ships use plug-in technology when portside. It's required for ships to use plug-in technology when they're in California, and although not in Santa Barbara, we don't have portside infrastructure, so we're a tender port, so they anchor offshore and they don't come up to a dock, so we don't have that plug-in capability. Next slide. So with respect to social impacts and tourism, so just some other kind of stuff we learned and facts. So visiting ships range from 250 to 3,500 passengers per visit. It's pretty typical for not all guests to get off the ship. It ranges. Sometimes it's 50%, sometimes it's 80%, depending on the ship and the size, but a number of passengers do remain on the vessel. Tenders bring guests ashore, 50 to 100 people at a time. And our total annual cruise ship passengers, so looking back over the past decade, it ranges from anywhere from 30,000 people a year to about 80,000 people a year visiting by cruise ship. And just for some perspective on that, so our airport sees roughly 1 million passengers per year passing through the airport. And then Ms. Rodriguez showed you kind of our graph and outlook for cruise ships visiting Santa Barbara. It is declining, and so scheduled visits are decreasing in 2023, 24, 25, and 26. There was that like robust spike in 2022, 2022, which kind of mirrored what was going on in the travel industry. It was this return to COVID, and so there was lots of planes flying, people traveling, doing all that sort of thing. And so we think that that was kind of generally what that spike was, but it seems like the natural demand is decreasing. Next slide. All right, so the whole intent of this meeting and the process is to really evaluate it and see if we can make some improvements to the program. So throughout the past 2 years, the staff and the Harbor Commission and subcommittee has heard from the public, Channel Keeper, Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuary, Coast Guard, Visit Santa Barbara, Chamber of Commerce, and a number of technical experts. And so we really tried to kind of distill this down into a number of programmatic improvements. And so I think the best way to go about this is I'll review a number of the programmatic improvements, the list that we have, and then we can go to public comment, and then we can go back to the Harbor Commission and kind of go through each program improvement one by one and get your guys' input on each program. So I'll take a minute on the next couple slides and go through all the programmatic improvements, just so everyone has kind of a general sense of what they are, and then we can kind of pass it back if that works for the commission.
I think it does generally. There might be a couple of points of clarification immediately after you're done.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So don't be inhibited, commissioners, if there's something you need clarified based on the presentation.
All right, next slide. And I apologize, this is small. I'll go through each of them and I'll explain the slide a little bit as well. So the leftmost column is really just a description of where the programmatic improvement would impact. The column titled Work Group. So the Cruise Ship Work Group Subcommittee came up with 23 recommendations. So these are the numbers that correspond to the recommendations that came with the work group. And so you can, if you have that attachment 4, these are the ones that mirror what the work group recommended. The recommendation is the recommendation itself, and then in the right column is just sort of some general notes about impacts or what it would mean to implement these improvements, or just some additional information. Going through these, so the first one, so request cruise ships calling on Santa Barbara be equipped with advanced wastewater treatment systems by 2025. So this would obviously restrict some cruise lines whose ships weren't retrofitted with this technology. I think the thought was giving them some time and lead and sort of be a leader in that and kind of push the industry a little bit. So I think there was broad support with this programmatic improvement. The second is to continue the local requirement of no discharges of any kind within 12 nautical miles of Santa Barbara. And so this would be kind of continued compliance with an existing requirement. The third is vessel speed, and so requesting cruise ships calling on Santa Barbara to reduce speeds when feasible to 10 knots or less within the Santa Barbara Channel vessel speed reduction zone between May 1st and December 15th. And the notes on this one is that there is this existing assembly bill, and so keeping an eye on that would be important to the Waterfront Department, because if there's another agency who is more adept and more poised to kind of monitor this sort of thing, we would really want to defer to that agency and follow what AB 953 says. So knowing that we want to pursue this one, but it may change in the future if there's some more strict language or something that we can follow that is being governed by an overarching agency. Scheduling or limiting visits, so continue to prohibit cruise ship visitation from Memorial Day through Labor Day. As Ms. Rodriguez mentioned, this is more of a kind of an informal practice, so this would be formalizing a current practice. The next 3 are really just further involvement with the business community, so encouraging more interaction with local business during visits, encouraging exploring the feasibility of supplying local seafood to visiting ships, and encouraging cruise lines to engage with educational institutions for career development in the maritime sector. The next 3 are finance related, so fees. And all 3 of these have been implemented as of July 23rd. So raising the fees from $10 to $15 per passenger, establishing a minimum fee of $7,500 for each visit, and implementing a cancellation fee for cruise ships who cancel within different time periods. And so, like I said, all 3 of those have been implemented as part of our budget process as of July 1 of this past year. The fourth one, so approval process, require any visiting cruise ships to receive written approval from city administrator or designated representative. This would really formalize a current practice, so visiting cruise ships receive written confirmation from the Waterfront Department via the city administrator, so we could formalize that process. And establish a publicly available cruise ship best practices informational resource. So this is really, this would be on waterfront staff to develop a kind of more robust, probably an online presence where visitation data can be retrieved. We can have cruise line contact information, links to their environmental practices and their sustainability efforts. And so just really a clearinghouse for the community to get more information on cruise ships and how and when they're visiting Santa Barbara. And then conduct periodic reviews of the cruise ship program. So of course this is possible. This can happen at the Harbor Commission level. It can happen at the council level periodically. So this list is the list that was recommended by both staff and the cruise ship work group. On the next list is going to be a list of 7, I believe, additional recommendations that came from the cruise ship work group that staff did not recommend and does not agree with at this time. So we'll go to that slide now. So the recommendations that also came from the work group was establishing a limit of 20 annual cruise ship visits. And staff's issue with this is it can really result in volatile revenue, setting a kind of an artificial or a cap. It's interesting economic move, and it really removes our scheduling flexibility and can really change how we manage it. So it can certainly be done, but it wouldn't be recommended by staff. Prioritize cruise ship, and the next 3 are kind of about prioritizing certain technologies and prioritizing environmental compliance recommendations. So prioritizing cruise ships without scrubbers or with closed loop scrubbers. Request cruise ships calling on Santa Barbara consider at anchor emissions control systems. Prioritize cruise ships with shore power connectivity, and prioritize cruise lines with exemplary environmental compliance. The tough thing with these from staff's point of view is administratively, we're kind of grappling with the way to prioritize ships, the way the bookings come in. It's not, we don't receive a list of 20 or 30 ships and then get to select them. They kind of book 12 to 36 months in advance, so they come one at a time. And so it's really hard to set up a process. We either kind of choose a technology where we want to deny a cruise ship, or it becomes administratively difficult to prioritize. So in our opinion, that might just need a little more fleshing out and figure out how what's really intended there. The second to last recommendation, maintain the cruise ship work group. Fully supportive of the idea here, but it just fundamentally and administratively, it kind of defies the definition of a work group, so that we could run into possible Brown Act issues of having a work group that just kind of goes on in perpetuity. The definition of a work group is that there's a defined task, so staff's recommendation would be complete this as a work task, and if in the future there is a need to kind of revisit it, the Harbor Commission can create a new work group or take whatever action they would like. And then evaluating the need for licensed pilots to assist with cruise ships. So this was evaluated during the work group process. Really very difficult to implement. So if we were to, and pilots are a kind of a trained entity who gets on board the ship and helps navigate it into the anchor point. They're typically used for ports, riverways, complex docking situations. We're not necessarily that. It's a straight line from the shipping channel to our anchor point. And so at this time, staff wouldn't recommend it. It would be logistically difficult. The pilot would either have to boat out from Santa Barbara prior to the ship arriving, or ships arrive from multiple ports, either south, LA, Catalina, to the north. Sometimes they come a few days at sea, so it would be administratively difficult to have somebody on board for that amount of days for what the gain was. In talking to the Coast Guard, they were under the impression that with our current scenario, the pilot wouldn't have any hands-on activity. It would be the captain of the ship who would move it, so they would just kind of be present in the bridge. And so it wouldn't be our recommendation to have pilots at this time. Next slide. All right. So that was the end of the proposed list. I think the best plan is to put it back to the commission for questions and discussion, and then we have it set up so that we can go through each of those and kind of capture your input on each one whenever you're ready to do so. So we'll pull up an Excel file and we can kind of go through it. So before then, we should turn it over to you for public comment and whatever questions you have.
I was just going to ask you how you're going to manage that, but thanks. Someone there is going to be the scribe. One quick question on AB 953. So that applies to 300 gross tons, right, and above?
I don't know offhand, but it's intended for large ocean-going vessels.
Well, I asked our resident expert here, and I think that's actually rather small. So just so we have some sense of perspective, if we are mentioning that, the public should know what 300 gross tons is. Thank you. All right, commissioners, are there any questions?
I just want to make a clarification. On the state and federally licensed pilots, the suggestion from the work group wasn't that we make any sort of recommendation on that issue. I think it was to send a letter, or for city council to send a letter to the state, because we understand that you and I are not the people that should be making that sort of decision. But I think that there was a concern that we are one of a very few ports that doesn't require these ships to have a state or federally licensed pilot on board. And so there is obviously a reason why the state made that decision. And so we just wanted to send a letter to the state to say, hey, you know, can you review this? Can you make sure that this is an accurate decision? Because it felt like it hadn't been reviewed in a very long time. So that was from a conversation with the Ship Pilots Union, and then gathering further information by talking to the Coast Guard, where they said, you know, this really wouldn't be a decision that would be made by the Harbor Commission or by staff. This is a decision that would be made by the state. And so I was trying to follow, or we were trying to follow after that conversation, their recommendation, which is look at the state and make sure that they're making the right decision here. So I just want to make a clarification. We weren't trying to, I don't know, I have no idea if we should have pilots or not, but I think that there are smart people who should be paying attention to that.
Commissioner Ford?
Thanks. Just to clarify, at this time, we cannot just deny any ship for any reason? You think that, you believe that's a legal concern?
Commissioner Ford, potentially, it's never come to that. And so we have a business relationship with the cruise lines where they submit a request and we either approve it or deny it. And so that has been upheld since the inception of the program. It has never been challenged, or we've never gotten into a situation where we deny a request for a ship and they say, hey, we're coming anyway. So we haven't stepped into those legal waters, and I don't think we are necessarily need to if we want to maintain that business relationship. But the answer is I don't necessarily know.
So at this time, are cruise ships able to simply notify the waterfront and say they're coming?
No.
Okay. It sort of sounded like that to me in the report, but then what goes into it?
They send a request through their agents. It's not usually the cruise lines directly, but they'll send a request to an agent that comes to Angela, myself. We'll evaluate if it's in the summer. We say, no, sorry. If it's 2 cruise ships a day, we say, no, sorry. If we have the Santa Barbara Triathlon, Harbor Seafood Fest, other conflicting events, we say, no, sorry, that date doesn't work. And we give them a response. And so we kind of tee up those dates that way.
Okay, thanks. That's it for now.
Yep.
Commissioner Nelson?
One of the first recommendations of the work group was for an annual report. And it appears that you have changed annual report to periodic reviews. Is that correct, the way you've characterized that item?
Commissioner Nelson, I believe we just grabbed the recommendations from the work group. But
Well, anyway,
either way-
I
either
looked
way,
at the
yeah.
work group recommendation, asked specifically for an annual report that would be shared with the Harbor Commission and conceivably the City Council on an annual basis. The reason I raise that is the issue of hard caps just kind of bothers me. And one of the best ways to deal with a cap, to either raise it or lower it, is to do, based on an annual review of performance, we'd be in a better position to make that decision. That's number one observation. Second, the Brown Act bugaboo. I believe in previous conversations that we've had with the city attorney that if we were to say that we were going to have an annual work group established to review the annual report, that we could have the 2024 work group, and that could be 3 different commissioners than presently exist, to review the annual report and the information in it about modifications that should be made. So that would be one, or we could do that even for the budget committee. We could have a budget committee for 2023, 24 that would be different. And the term, as I understand work groups, they have to be for a definite task for a definite period. And I guess my issue is if you just said for calendar year 2024, the work group shall review the annual report for 2023, and that changes, then we wouldn't be running afoul of the Brown Act, is what I'm suggesting. And if we need clarification from council, I'm hoping we could get it at some time in the future.
Yeah, no, Commissioner Nelson, I'm in agreement with you. Like, yeah, that my thought was to establish work groups as they are needed, and for a duration of time they are needed, as opposed to kind of a standing work group that lives in perpetuity.
I haven't seen any issue quite as galvanizing as this issue in our community. And for us to want to have an annual and a continuing role in the review of it, I don't think that's an unreasonable ask.
No, and I think that's a great task for the Harbor Commission. Yeah, so the Harbor Commission can make those determinations as a body of when those reviews can happen. And if on our slide of the staff recommended, the second one from the end says including an annual report on cruise ship statistics, ship technologies, and incidents, which I believe was pulled from the work group recommendations.
Commissioner Nelson, the slip assignment subcommittee was also quite arduous. So that also galvanized that community and the people that it affected. So this is not unique in our work here on the Harbor Commission. It's just another very popular and contentious issue. Commissioner Cohen.
Yeah. I also wanted to just talk about the, I think you have it here on scheduling limit for the cap. And I felt like we put a lot of time and effort into the cruise ship visit limitation language in order to really capture all of our work, which was we understand that it's complex to limit the growth of this program. I don't feel like we said that we're setting a 20 ship cap. I think what we tried to say is this is the average 18, acknowledging that that's the case, and that our goal was to leave it to City Council to determine exactly what it would look like to limit the growth. But we do feel like, or I felt like, one of the key items that we were trying to address within this document was that the public would like to make sure that this program is contained at this point. So it was just kind of, I felt, overly simplified by saying a cap of 20. There was a lot of nuance in that language. That's all.
Including the nuance of, 18 or 20 of how many passengers.
Absolutely.
Right? I mean,
absolutely. We felt like that, there was a lot of, you brought it up, Chair Stedman, that perhaps a better metric is how many passengers, and we understand that there would have to be conversation with staff on how to do that, and that it would take some resources in order to do that. But that might be a better metric in order to make sure that you have the revenue you need and the program doesn't continue to grow, and we're not prioritizing, big ships over small ships. So there's a lot of nuance in that, but at the end of the day, we felt like our recommendations are recommendations to City Council, and, there's going to have to be some further conversation on what that would look like. So I just wanted to say that I don't exactly agree with the way that it's portrayed as just a 20 ship cap. I think we were trying to capture something much more nuanced.
Yeah, thanks for that context. Commissioner McCray?
I have a couple of questions. I'm pretty sure that our sole ability to require cruise ships to do one thing or another stems solely from granting them access to offload people at our harbor. So therefore, a cruise ship that wanted to just come by and anchor offshore a mile, or any ship, would be able to do that without asking our permission. Is that the case?
I agree with you.
So really, it's all about granting these ships access to our harbor. And my second question is, where these policies would ultimately live, would they be ours at the harbor level, or would they inure to the city as a whole?
Commissioner McCray, the current program is administered by the Waterfront, and so we issue letters of understanding and agreements with cruise lines, so it currently lives with the Waterfront Department.
So that's where we are with respect to the policies and our ability to enforce them one way or another. Thank you.
Commissioner Stanowick?
Yes, I just wanted to make a comment and question, just because I noticed a lot of the public comments have the overarching theme of the annual cap, as Commissioner Cohen mentioned. And I do know that a lot of times every year there's lots of cancellations with the cruise ships, sometimes far in advance and sometimes kind of sporadically. And I just kind of think back to times that I've typically flown on like an airplane, for example. I mean, I know that the flight is usually oversold because the airlines assume there's going to be lots of cancellations and people that aren't going to show up. And I was just kind of wondering, how many cancellations is there typically per year, or have we seen a lot already for 2024?
Yeah, Commissioner Stanowick, I can speak a little bit to it, Ms. Rodriguez, but I believe this spring we had 4 cancellations that had been booked kind of 12 to 18 months in advance, but yeah.
Yes, that's correct. It was 4 cancellations.
Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, so I guess what I'm thinking is, if we're booking, 25 for the year, I mean, we could reasonably assume that there's going to be not be exactly 25, that there'll be far less, more towards that number that that was around 20. So just thought that was an idea. Thanks.
Any other questions?
Can I just ask if there was a cancellation fee during that time, or if that's been added since those ships had canceled?
The cancellation fee was effective as of July 1st, 2023, and so it's kind of a tiered system if they cancel within 30 days or 2 weeks, and so the fee comes down. So if it applied to them, the date range, and they didn't cancel early enough, yes, we charge them a fee as of now.
So have there been cancellation fees that were charged to those ships?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Small, medium, large?
The
What
fee
sort-
or the
Yes.
ships? The fee or the ships?
Both. I assume that they're correlated.
Not a huge amount of money. I believe the cancellation fee in our fee schedule is $2,500. Up to $7,500, yeah. For bingo, it's right there. So cancellation fee of $2,500 for ships that cancel 15 to 30 days, $6,500 for ships that cancel 14 days or less prior to a call.
Thank you. All right, are there any other questions from the commission? Excellent. Nico?
Yes, we currently have 18 speaker slips that were submitted and 2 hands raised. Just a reminder for anyone in the Zoom platform that if you'd like to speak on item 4, please raise your hand. So we do have a couple other hands raised. So we'll start with Anna Marie Gott, Michael Cohen, and Irene Cook. It will be the first 3. Anna Marie Gott, you are unmuted and can go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. I just want to point out a few things, and that is every single time a cruise ship actually docks off of our harbor, their anchor is actually destroying part of the reef that we have just off of the harbor. And that hasn't really been discussed because every single time portions of a reef are destroyed, it takes years for it to recover. And that really has not been analyzed, and I think that it should be. Regarding some of the requirements of cruise ships, I do agree that we should only allow cruise ships with advanced wastewater treatment systems on board. And I do believe that we should only permit cruise ships that are going to use shore power connectivity and have exemplary environmental compliance records. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Michael Cohen. Michael Cohen, you are unmuted and can go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michael Cohen. I am actually the chair of the National Marine Sanctuary Advisory Council for the Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuary and was involved in the letter that was written. I want to just point out to this group that the letter was written by a diverse group of stakeholders. Over 20 members in the Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuary approved that letter, and our recommendations were pretty clear going forward. I don't really see many of them captured here. I just want to remind everyone that Santa Barbara is only one of 2 ports on the coast that allow cruise ships to come and anchor that are unplugged to shoreside power. Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary actually changed their policy directly as soon as they saw the activity that was happening down here, and they've since banned all cruise ships from anchoring at the Monterey Bay Aquarium. The main topic that I'm concerned with is the greenhouse emissions, which have been kind of pushed under the rug. And I want to just remind everyone that one cruise ship visit is equivalent to several thousand automobile trips, and that the tourists that are coming here are actually demonstrating from the VSB study that the spending is actually decreased. In the previous study in 2012, spending was about $5 million, and now it was clocked at about $3 million. So we're getting a very low return on our environmental risk, getting all of the greenhouse gases for that with very little return back to our community. I want to just point out that there was a grounding that happened in a fjord in the Netherlands, and that
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Thank you.
Thank
Your
you.
time has expired.
Next, we have Irene Cook. Irene Cook, you are unmuted and can go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorely disappointed with the staff's recommendations. Santa Barbara loves to call itself the birthplace of the environmental movement, but the staff report appears to prioritize cruise ship convenience and city revenue over the impacts to the channel. Gee, no problem with wastewater, it's 12 miles away. Seriously? If you don't want it within 12 miles of our shore, why is it okay to dump it 12 miles out? Every time I see one of those ships lurking in near our shore, it looks like a skyscraper toppled into the water. Santa Barbara, as we know, would never allow a skyscraper in town, so why is it okay to have them in the harbor? The recommendations are sadly watered down. Requesting corporate cruise ship lines to respect the environment is a joke. If it's not okay to discharge waste within 12 miles of the coast, explain to me why it's okay to discharge into the ocean more than 12 miles out. Do the living creatures in the ocean not deserve our protection? As a town, I don't believe we want to encourage cruise lines that aren't responsible environmental stewards. Looking at the chart that summarizes the recommendations, comparing the work group recommendations with the staff reasons for denial, it seems to me that those are mainly bureaucratic reasons, administrative problems for the staff. Sorry, if it's too hard to set up a process to figure this out, that's too bad. That's your job. If caring for the environment is less important than administrative convenience, this city has lost its way from the roots of environmental protection 50 years ago. I hope the commission will pay attention to the work group recommendations and the recommendations of Channel
Thank
Keeper
you.
and
Thank you very much for your comments.
staff recommendations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There are 3 other hands raised: Cherie Topper, Marcy Keever, and Dawn Murray. Cherie Topper, you are unmuted and can go ahead.
We can come back to her.
Okay, Marcy Keever, you are next. You are unmuted and can go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Marcy Keever, and I direct the Oceans and Vessels program at Friends of the Earth. We have been working to push the cruise industry to clean up its act for the past more than 2 decades, and we issue a semi-annual cruise ship report card that grades the industry on its environmental footprint. Sadly, the large cruise ship industry continues to fail across the board for its air and water pollution. We support limitations on the number of cruise ships coming to Santa Barbara and improvements in the environmental control technologies on ships that travel here. Friends of the Earth's analysis from last year shows that cruise vacations emit 8 times the amount of carbon dioxide emissions per day than those taking land-based vacations. Let me repeat that. A typical cruise vacation's climate footprint is 8 times higher than a land-based vacation. If we want to meet our climate goals, failing to cap or reduce the number of cruise ships that come to the city is the wrong way to go. In addition, while many cruise companies have installed better, more advanced sewage treatment systems on their ships, there is zero ongoing independent oversight over how those systems are operating while they're in our waters. Unlike land-based sewage treatment systems, which have to publicly disclose their performance data daily, if not hourly, cruise ships are not required to do that in any way. While we also have a no discharge zone close to shore and the voluntary agreements not to discharge, those don't do enough to protect all our ocean waters from wastewater pollution. And even advanced treatment systems can't fully treat cruise wastewater, resulting in things like ammonia, chlorine, heavy metals, antibiotics, and viruses released into our oceans. And as the 2017 to 2022 federal criminal indictment of Carnival Corporation shows, it takes whistleblowers to catch the cruise industry's pollution without ongoing independent oversight. The cruise industry continues to prioritize their bottom line over environmental and community protection, and I urge you to join communities
Thank
like
you.
Monterey.
Thank you
Key
very
West,
much.
and others.
Thank you. Thank you for your
Rein
comment.
them in.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Dawn Murray. Dawn Murray, you're unmuted and can go ahead.
Hello, my name is Dawn Murray. I was born and raised here. I'm a marine biologist, a professor at Antioch University and at UCSB. I am very surprised and disappointed with the recommendations. I believe cruise ships must be limited in our waters here. We have an incredibly diverse marine ecosystem off our shore. It is precious. And by allowing these massive waste dumps coming into our water, we are not valuing what those ships could actually do and the damage they can cause. It's been mentioned, and I saw in some of the recommendations, things that I just don't agree with. and the science is not there to support. With a cruise ship that generates over 30,000 gallons of sewage and 250,000 gallons of gray water, over 5,000 gallons of bilge water and toxic chemicals and solid waste, and adding to our air pollution, why do we want that here? Greenhouse gas emissions are serious, and the fees that the boats pay have not gone toward any annual or continual review. Any scientific monitoring, water quality monitoring of substance, and this air pollution is also a very, very important issue. So I strongly encourage you, thank you for all your work you do, to completely limit the amount of ships that are coming into Santa Barbara.
Thank you very much. Is Cherie Topper back
Yes.
online?
Cherie Topper's hand is still raised. Cherie Topper, you're unmuted now and can go ahead. You just need to click the unmute button at the bottom left.
I believe I'm unmuted now. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'd like to start with a shout out to the commissioners, to the cruise ship work group, and to all of the community groups and individuals who clearly put a lot of time and effort and careful thought into this issue. I'm a 49-year resident of Santa Barbara. I'm a regular user of the harbor, shoreline, and the ocean. I'm down there 2 to 3 times a week, paddling, swimming, running, etc. So the quality of the ocean and the environment really affects my ability to maintain my health and fitness, and I care deeply about this issue. I do understand the need to welcome tourists and the fiscal advantages that they provide to the town's economy. And in light of this, I support a strong cruise ship program, and I'd urge the Harbor Commission to adopt the recommendations that are advanced by many of the community organizations, including Santa Barbara Channel Keeper. I would like to see a cap on the annual number of cruise ships visiting. I understand and appreciate the nuance that Commissioner Cohen mentioned in terms of limiting these numbers, and perhaps expressing it in terms of limiting the number of people as opposed to the number of ships. I'm also in support of AB 953 to lower the cruise ship speeds. I'd like you to prioritize the ships using advanced pollution prevention treatment technology. And I'd also like to see a phase-in of the requirement of at-anchor emissions control systems. I was heartened to hear Commissioner Anderson talk about prioritizing ships that have strong environmental and public health records, as opposed to just viewing any cruise ships on an even footing. So basically, that's my input.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you
very
very
much for
much.
your time.
Okay, those are all the hands that are raised in Zoom, so we can move into the in-person public speakers. We have James Tennant, Jamie Diamond, and Dustin Hoyseth will be our first 3, so James Tennant.
Hello, Commissioners and staff. I'm James Tennant, Managing Member of Santa Barbara Landing and owner of Dive Santa Barbara. Some may argue for outright banning or severely limiting cruise ships, but I propose a different plan forward, a path of responsible stewardship and innovation. Instead of silencing the industry, let us harness its potential for change, a potential it has already begun to exhibit. We must implement the environmental and fiscal policies of the Waterfront's recommendation. These govern every aspect of cruise ship operation, from waste management to emissions reductions. By doing so, we can encourage the industry to adopt sustainable practices and lead the way towards a greener future. But why should we allow cruise ships in our area at all if they pose a threat to our environment? The answer lies in the power of transformation. History has shown us time and time again that progress is not achieved by shutting industries down, but by guiding them towards greater sustainability. By capping or eliminating cruise ships altogether, we would be forfeiting our ability to drive meaningful change within the industry, locally and worldwide. We can show the world that the economic growth and environmental protection are not mutually exclusive, but rather 2 sides of the same coin. Imagine a world where every cruise ship is equipped with state-of-the-art technology to minimize its environmental footprint. Picture a future where renewable energy power these vessels, where waste is recycled and repurposed, and where marine habitats are protected and preserved. This is not an impossible dream. It is a vision within our grasp if we have the courage to pursue it, and we don't give up our ability to do so by capping our influence within the industry. In conclusion, please do not shy away from the challenge before you here today, but embrace it wholeheartedly. Let us foster change in the cruise ship industry and hold them to the highest standards. And let us not forget that by capping and eliminating cruise ships, we would be silencing our ability to make meaningful change that our planet does need. Thank you.
Well timed, James. Thank you.
Jamie Dimond is next.
Oh, I was waiting for you. Good evening, commissioners and staff. I am Jamie Dimond, and I'm just going to close this because James said all of that so much better than I could, and I would want to belabor his points. I would just like to point out for clarification, there's a whole nother aspect of what the natural limitations on the number of ships are, and a big piece of that puzzle is my business. I am the CEO and general manager at Santa Barbara Landing, the facility that actually receives the tenders. We do the tenting and the fencing. We are the first point of contact for passengers. We deal with the security, the facility security plan. We work with Coast Guard and the city. We are the liaison between the cruise ships and all of these other groups. We are not a dedicated tender facility. We are not Avalon. We don't have a dedicated terminal. Our business is comprised of 5 other businesses that operate from Santa Barbara Landing. And we could never be a terminal without eliminating the businesses that exist there, and that's not our goal. So there is a natural cap. There is whether the waterfront is able to accommodate a ship, but also our facility and our abilities to accommodate ships as well. And I wish we could have been given a little bit more of a voice when it comes to that, so you would understand what that takes, and how that is another layer of a natural, or a soft cap, if you will, not a hard cap. And for the reasons explained already, a hard cap, and Commissioner Stanowik, you explained that point wonderfully. Thank you. Again, I just want to thank everybody for their time, and I also want to thank everybody that came to all the meetings, the public, because it's really important that we all get to engage and our voices be heard. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
Next, we have Dustin Hoyseth. After Dustin will be Krista Mills, Rory Bateson, and Jens Bakke.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Dustin Hoyseth. I'm the Public Policy Manager with the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce. I'm here today to share the Chamber's support for cruise ship visitation and to ensure the continued positive economic impact of this program. The Chamber is focused on the economic development and success of our region, and we are dedicated to making the South Coast a place where local business and community members can thrive. The cruise ship program is an important part of that success, bringing in $3 to $5 million in economic benefits to Santa Barbara, benefiting both businesses and the city alike. Our top issue regarding tonight's discussion is the proposed cap on cruise ship visits. Please consider the broader economic implications of imposing an annual limit on cruise ships. Such a limit does not account for the variance among cruise ship sizes and passenger counts. Not only could this mean less cruise ship visits, it could mean significantly less cruise ship visitors. This would introduce uncertainty regarding the city's cruise ship revenue, as well as for the many businesses that rely on steady cruise ship visitation. It's essential to maintain a predictable and stable environment for these businesses to be able to plan their operations effectively. Right now, cruise ships play an important part in ensuring steady business during the off-season, and the proposed cap could jeopardize that. Additionally, we know that cruise ship visitors have a lasting economic contribution due to their return visits and the invaluable word of mouth, which bring even more visitors, all of which support a wide range of businesses throughout the city and increase TOT. The Chamber's Visitor Center Manager is here with us tonight and will speak more about this important aspect of cruise ship visits. Please consider the cruise ship program's essential role in the vitality of our local economy and consider the impact any limitations on this program could have on its continued success. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Krista Mills.
Kristen Miller, correct?
Yes.
Oh, excuse me, Kristen Miller.
Good evening, Chair Stedman and members of the Commission. I am Kristen Miller, President and CEO of the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber is an advocate for business, the environment, our community, and the local economy. Thank you to the Commission and the Waterfront Department for your excellent work up on this very important topic. The arbitrary cap on the number of cruise ship visits is unnecessary and doesn't really improve conditions, at the same time creating a negative economic impact and uncertainty for small businesses in our community. Businesses across the city, and particularly on the waterfront, rely on this influx of visitors brought by cruise ships, especially during the off-season. Santa Barbara's cruise ship program is not just a visitor attraction, it's an economic engine. Annually, it injects approximately $3 to $5 million into our local economy. And these aren't just numbers on a spreadsheet. This represents jobs, livelihoods, the vibrancy of our community. Many local businesses plan their staffing and operations around the cruise ship schedules, and uncertainty in visitation can have significant repercussions. For many local employers, a limit on cruise ships could mean the difference between part-time and full-time employment. The cruise ship program is a lifeline for many of our local businesses, especially on the waterfront. These businesses, ranging from retail shops to restaurants to tour operators and more, rely on the influx of visitors that cruise ships bring. This isn't just about one-time transactions. It's about creating lasting impressions that turn visitors into repeat customers. It's about local people who've made a career out of the waterfront and hospitality businesses that draw visitors here, and that locals get to enjoy as well. As we all know, this is an important piece of the revenue that allows our city to operate. I urge you to consider the critical role that cruise ship program plays, and please do not place an annual limit on cruise ship visits. Thank you for attention to this matter.
Thank you, Kristen.
Next, we have Rory Bateson.
Good evening, Commissioner. I'm Rory Bateson. I run the visitor centers for Santa Barbara, Carpentry, Goleta. I also have a group that welcome the cruise ships as they come off the ships. It is one of the, how do I put it? This is one of the most fun jobs that I have. You get to greet people from around the world to come to our beautiful city, okay? And not as a born here, I'm very glad to be an ambassador of it. One of the best things I've ever seen was when 6 months, 9 months later, and you get someone coming in, hey Rory, we came back for 3 days. It was because they came on this cruise ship. They remembered you greeting them there. So the idea of stats and numbers about does this happen and we hope to get, I've seen it happen in my 4 years of doing this, or 3.5 years of doing this, them actually coming back. I've literally had a pint with them. Separate to this issue though, as a business owner or runner at the visitor center, last year proved one vital point for me. When we had the bad rains and tourism was down and we had 10 staff, I didn't know whether I could hire some of them or not. And the difference the days when the cruise ships came in were the differences where I could, one, hire more, keep my staff going, and more importantly, selling local products. I have about 10 to 12 local artists will say that I sell their product for. 84% of all the product in the store is from local artists. And I was not doing orders with them because of the rains and mudslides last year. And the spikes of days where I was selling instead of $90 of stuff, $800 of things, were the days the cruise ships were in, was what got me through the first quarter of last year. So that was the day where we came at this random event to something, wow, I kept the store going. So I see the direct benefit, and I love Mike, Cesar, and Angela very much, and you were lucky to have them, okay? No cap. Thank you.
Thank you, Rory.
Next, we have Jens Baki, and then Sarah Young and Mike Irwin.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jens Bake. I live on the west side. I'm also the president of Acme Hospitality, and so we have a bunch of restaurants in the Funk Zone. We clearly benefit from any tourists, including the cruise line passengers. So does the community, and so does the city. We are changing, though, our approach to how we think about seasons, because The reality is that even in January and February, we're busy on a Friday, Saturday. So our off-season really is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, especially at 10 o'clock in the morning, at noon, at 2 o'clock. And you'll see a lot of the restaurants are closed. We only open 5 or after when the cruise is long gone. So there is a reality to it that our staff is probably about 70% part-time, because we can only utilize them on weekends. We don't have the hours for them. We don't have the demand for them to open our business during the day, during the week. And so I feel that any additional cruise lines will be good for the city, good for the community, good for State Street with the vacancies that they have, to sustain businesses in an environment that draws tourists. And right now, we're only drawing tourists basically from the LA area that are traveling up here on weekends. We benefit from any other tourism that wants to extend their stay, that wants to be here during the week, so that we can actually offer them the hospitality and services without displacing regular guests. They don't drive their cars. Obviously, they walk, and they can still have a phenomenal time. So that's kind of what I wanted to say. You know, we need it in order to sustain our business and to provide full-time jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Jens.
Next is Sarah Young.
Hello. My name is Sora Young, and I am a Santa Barbara local, born and raised on the Mesa. I was taught to body surf at Mesa Lane, play volleyball at East Beach, and surf at Ledbetter. The Santa Barbara Channel runs through my veins. I have always felt a sense of pride living in Santa Barbara because of the forward-thinking stance we take as a city when it comes to environmentalism. I'm here tonight to remind you of that vision and how tonight you have the opportunity to rise up and hold the cruise ship industry accountable, while in turn paving the way for other cities to do the same. As a 22-year veteran teacher, I don't just speak for me, but for the generations of children that have had the same opportunity as I have. Just this week, I was able to teach my students the power of persuasive writing. I discussed the facts researched by the Santa Barbara Channel Keepers. My students were ready to write. Here is one of their letters. Dear Harbor Commission, my name is Aya, and I am writing you about the cruise ship program. First, I believe that you should limit the number of cruise ships to 18 or less. It is also important that the cruise ships who are coming to Santa Barbara only get a C or higher grade, because they should follow the rules. I also think the cruise ships should stop dumping sewage water in the ocean. This is important to me because I want to be able to snorkel and swim in the clean ocean. Also, I want to see beautiful sea animals, but some of them are dying because of the polluted water. Please do the right thing and make a change to help our future. Sincerely, Aya. I feel like if 10-year-olds are able to see the importance of holding the cruise ships accountable, so should we. And I have 24 other letters for you, so I can leave them here for you guys to read. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mike Irwin, and following Mike.
How do you follow that? It's like, I came up here in 1969 to go to UCSB and a water polo scholarship, and lifetime surfer, lifeguard, educator. I have a studio in the Funk Zone for the last 40 years. And I would like to encourage you all to be as stringent as it appears you have been, and continue to be more stringent on the cruise ships as they come in with the pollution and the, I've never seen anybody from a cruise ship come in my studio for any reason at all. Maybe it's me, but I don't know. But anyway, I feel very edified in seeing what you guys are doing, and I appreciate it very much, and I encourage you to continue on your monitoring of these cruise ships. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kathy Janega-Dykes, followed by Nate Irvin, and then Hin Haft.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, my name is Kathy Janega-Dykes. I'm President and CEO of Visit Santa Barbara, representing the city's many hospitality businesses and their employees. Similar to your efforts at the waterfront and harbor, we at Visit Santa Barbara also work to champion the region's unique beauty and protect the natural and commercial vibrancy of the community. So to that end, we do support the proposed goals and recommendations related to water quality, air quality, business development, and even fees. However, we do ask that you not enact limits on overall quotas. Currently, your recommendation is to limit the number of cruise ships to 20 per year. I think we had the discussion before, is it related to passenger counts, type of cruise, et cetera? That was not made clear. But in the past, we have left such decisions to the professional staff of the Waterfront Department for evaluation on a case-by-case basis. They're the experts on really considering the efficiency of the shoreside operations and the economic impact. And the system that they've used has been effective over the years, and if it's not broken, why fix it? We're seeing a softening in our tourism industry, and so it's important for us to warmly welcome every visitor. For context, last year, hotels across the South Coast sold 10% fewer rooms than they sold prior to the pandemic, including all types of visitors. We continue to see 10% below the region's past peak. So neither the weekends nor summer visitor volume is what it was in the past, nor is it guaranteed in the future. And this creates certainly continued pressures on employers, their employees, the city's general funds, and the waterfront budget. So please don't cross the line from a well-regulated cruise ship policy to one that visitors and businesses will view as unwelcoming.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Cohen, we'll take questions after the speakers. Okay, you're first up.
Next, we have Nate Irvin.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Nate Irwin. I'm the Policy Associate for the Santa Barbara Channel Keeper, and I'm here this evening to represent our organization by providing comments on the City of Santa Barbara's cruise ship program. A few days ago, Channel Keeper and other local conservation groups and 2 county supervisors submitted a letter for the public record outlining recommendations for changes to the city's cruise ship program. This letter was signed by the Environmental Defense Center, the Community Environmental Council, the Santa Barbara Ventura Sierra Club, the Santa Barbara Surfrider Foundation, the Society of Fearless Grandmothers, Santa Barbara Urban Creeks Council, Santa Barbara County Action Network, the Southern Steelhead Coalition, 2nd District Supervisor Laura Capps, and 1st District Supervisor Doss Williams. Collectively, we represent thousands of Santa Barbara County residents who are concerned about the risks to our environment and public health from increasing cruise ship visits. On behalf of the Channel Keeper, I'm here to encourage you to reduce and cap the annual number of cruise ships visiting Santa Barbara to no more than 18 per year, ensure that all ships visiting here have advanced wastewater treatment systems, request all visiting ships to lower their speeds to 10 knots, prioritize ships that use the best and most environmentally conscious technologies. And I want to point out that having this cap will allow us to prioritize these things and to protect the environment further. So the cap is actually going to protect our environment. And maintaining the cruise ship subcommittee is important for public input to be continued to be brought to the commission. And I just want to point out that 80% of cruise ship passengers say, according to cruising.org, that a cruise will be their next vacation. So just think about that long and hard. It's something that's really important to understand, that these cruisers are cruisers at heart. So they probably won't continue coming back here. These recommendations attempt to strike a balance between tourism and environmental protection. And we want to have this be an opportunity for Santa Barbara to shine, to show our commitment to protect our community and the environment.
Appreciate it.
Next, we have Hin Haft, or is it Lynn Laft? My apologies.
That's okay. It's my printing. Hello. My name is Lynn Luft, and I am a mother of 4 and a grandmother of 4, and I care deeply about the ocean and about how we can all enjoy it, be part of it. Tide pooling, surfing, body surfing, playing volleyball by the beach. Our ocean is so important to me and to most of the people here in this room, well, probably all the people in this room. But what we need to do is to cap it at 18. We need to make sure that those ships are doing what they need to be doing to save our air, Think of all the children. All the children are going to grow up. They're going to be 10, they're going to be 20, they're going to be 30. What's our ocean going to look like if we don't take care of it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ted Morton, followed by John Cunningham and Dr. Lee Heller.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on the city's cruise ship program. I'm Ted Morton, and I'm the Executive Director of Santa Barbara Channel Keeper. Nate provided our detailed recommendations. I just want to step back and remind everyone about the special place that Santa Barbara has in being a civic leader on environmental conservation. We got a very stark start on that in the 1960s, but we do pride ourselves for being at the vanguard of conservation. Also, this is a truly special place. This area is often referred to as the Galapagos of North America. So we have a lot of responsibilities to protect a very truly special place. Channel Keeper's objectives through this process is to address the recent trends of increasing number of cruise ships and the capacity for future growth without some kind of guardrails. These are increasing number of cruise ships calling on Santa Barbara. Also, objectives of reducing the risk and impact of cruise ships to the channel and the community, and ensure the public has a future say in a program that frankly has been opaque. I wish to highlight two of our recommendations. One is the limit on the annual number of cruise ships to no more than 18. As Nate said, we do think this provides an opportunity to further prioritize environmental innovation by making it, this is sort of a call that would be very welcome for cruise ships to visit. We've been very actively involved in these meetings. They've been well attended, and the public comment has consistently called for restrictions in the number of cruise ships coming in order to protect the environment, address community impacts, and climate change. Unfortunately, there's subcommittees' recommendations don't match up with the recommendations that we put forward. The work group has done a pretty good job of doing that, and we would...
Thank you, Ted.
Thank you.
Next, we have John Cunningham.
I apologize. Our new puppy ate my homework, and I've always wanted to say that, but I have enough notes here. My name's John Cunningham. I live with my wife Maria up on the Mesa in the home that she grew up in. In my opinion, the long-awaited 2023 visitor profile just completed by Visit Santa Barbara provides a perfect roadmap for all of us to decide the future of cruise ships here and encourage everybody here to take a look at it for yourselves. Economically, the comparison is striking. Cruise ship passengers spend only $57 per person per day, and they do nothing for our local environment, while a land-based visitor spends an average of $342 per day, and they contribute substantially to the cleaner creeks of our community through that transient occupancy tax we're all aware of. Visit Santa Barbara report further surveyed that 6 in 10 of the cruise ship passengers who have come to Santa Barbara felt it wasn't an important decision to come to Santa Barbara for taking their cruise. And this follows up on what Nate was saying, that cruisers are cruisers. I find it amazing that the people who are showing up here didn't really even care if they stopped in Santa Barbara or not. They were there for the cruise. Visit Santa Barbara did a great job with their profile, and now we have a clear view of the best visitors to attract. And they arrive by land and generate 6 times more business revenue for the entirety of Santa Barbara's community, including the restaurants and all the hotels that aren't supported very well by the cruise ships. Reducing the number of cruise ships makes sense economically and environmentally, and any business consultant reading the profile will wonder why anyone would want cruise ships in our harbor to begin with.
Thank you, John. Perfect.
Next, we have Dr. Lee Heller, followed by Maria Cunningham and Robin Elander.
Thank you. Chair Stedman and Commissioners, I wanted to pick up on something that Commissioner Ford said in her report on the strategic plan work group about prioritizing environmental excellence and sustainability with a safe and sustainable environment as a key goal. That should determine the kind of cruise ship program we have here. I sit on the Cities Creeks Citizens Advisory Committee, as well as the county's Air Pollution Control District. CAC, I'm going to call it, because it just takes too much to say the rest of it. So these are both focused on water and air pollution. What Director Wiltshire did not include in his list of what was learned during this process was that the APCD report compared greenhouse gas emissions to car trips, and not favorably where cruise ships are concerned. The equivalent number of visitors generate at least twice the number of greenhouse gases. And that's not even talking about the 2.5 p.m. particulate matter that diesel pollution creates that we're all breathing. The APCD can't regulate these ships. So we are stuck with what they're doing to our overall greenhouse gas and NOx emissions in this area. In addition, I want to follow up on what Mr. Cunningham said. The quality of tourism matters. The cruise ship visitors do not bring meaningful revenue. They do not help our TOT. It is small expenditures at the expense of environmental impacts. So I'm going to ask you to support the recommendations of the working group to ensure a more environmentally responsible program that reflects our community's values. And I also want to point out there's a big difference between requests and regulations or requirements. So that's a distinction in the long list of items that Director Wiltshire went over that was blurred between the difference between the work group's comments. We need requirements, not requests or recommendations that the cruise ships are not obliged to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Heller.
Next, we have Maria Cunningham.
You all know who I am. You had to get that long letter from me if you haven't read it yet. I'm not trying to torture you. I'm trying to educate you and also have a backup of my facts, because I don't want you to ever say, I didn't know, because that's why we're in climate change. And the next reason, too, that I am here is because I love the ocean. It was my first smell. It was my first joy when I was young and throughout my life. And I'm very passionately, I spent 6 years getting a doctorate after I quit the corporate world, that was focused on climate change. And most of all, I did this for the younger generation. You don't see a lot of them here, but I talk to a lot of them. And they are so angry, and they feel so hopeless and powerless, because how did we get here? How did we get here? How did we get here? One bad decision at a time. Or no one had the moral courage to stand up when, as of January, we have exceeded 1.5 Celsius warming for the last year, that we say, no more. How can we let more carbon go up in the air that's not even being captured? And also, as Lee said, horrible particulates. Those are like being in Beijing on the worst smoggy day. Then you have all the plastics, microplastics. That I'm going to give a shout out to the commercial fishermen. This is their livelihood. You're throwing all those microplastics out there, waste out there, bilge out there. You think none of it goes into the fish? It does. And I was out on a cruise the other day to the islands, and I saw
Thank you, Dr. Cunningham. Thank you.
Next, we'll have Robin Elander, Annie Lovell, and Erica Zolette.
Good evening, esteemed harbor commissioners and members of the public. My name is Robin Elander, and I'm the executive director of the Downtown Organization of Santa Barbara. I have the privilege to work with 1,400 business members of our local community. Our organization has been a long-time supporter and collaborator of the cruise ship program because it fosters significant economic benefits to our downtown business community. Cruise ship passengers directly translate to increased foot traffic and commerce with our downtown businesses, boosting revenue and creating jobs, which are especially needed during off-peak seasons. Cruise ships are a part of a diverse, multi-pronged approach that supports the lifeblood of local businesses. I commend the Cruise Ship Work Groups Committee and the recommendations and support continued progress on environmental concerns, keeping our community's environmental values in high priority while balancing the need to keep as many visitors coming to our community as possible via the program. As our business community grapples with increased expenses and rising costs of doing business, the cruise ship program is a way to interject significant needed revenue to support our residents here and give guests a taste of the Santa Barbara experience, leaving them wanting to return. Personally, as a local surfer and ocean enthusiast, I urge decision makers to demonstrate strong environmental responsibility while also not jeopardizing the program's economic benefits, as the cruise ship program generates millions annually for downtown businesses and our greater city. Limiting the number of visitors could significantly impact these figures. The recommendation of working in advance with local businesses and educational institutions will amplify positive impacts going forward as well. I encourage ongoing discussions with innovations for additional sustainable practices to maintain water and air quality.
Thank you, Robin.
And continue open dialogue with
Thank
local
you very much.
stakeholders. Thank you.
Next, we have Annie Lovell.
Hi, thank you. My name is Annie Lovell. I am a recent graduate of the Bren School at UCSB, as well as on the staff of Santa Barbara Channel Keeper. I have over 10 years of experience as an environmental scientist. I'm also an ocean enthusiast and on the Santa Barbara Outrigger canoe paddling team, so I spend a lot of time down at the harbor paddling. I also spent 10 years in the tourism industry, including 5 years leading trips around the world in 25 different countries as a tour guide. Through my travels, I have witnessed both the good and the bad side of tourism, and cruise ship tourism represents the worst form of travel. I've seen many places firsthand that have experienced significant negative impacts from tourism growth, including marine degradation, waste management challenges, air and water quality pollution, economic homogeneity, overcrowding, exodus of locals, and much more. There are so many examples that I've witnessed firsthand of how communities are being severely affected by the cruise ship industry when it's unexamined, allowed to grow unencumbered, and when we focus on short-term economic gains over long-term impact to communities. And so as we see this happening globally, I think these communities did not realize what that long-term trajectory would look like, and many of these communities are now having to backtrack. So I'm really encouraged by the fact that we are examining this issue in our community right now. But I really stand with Santa Barbara Channel Keeper and the rest of the community that is supporting recommendations to cap the visitation to ensure that it does not grow exponentially. I also support the recommendations to address air and water pollution.
Thank you, Annie.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Erica Zolette, and then our final three speakers will be Ernestine Ignacio de Soto, Marianne Parra, and Michael Riley.
Hi, my name is Erica Zolette. I'm the Associate Director of the Croft Center for Undergraduate Environmental Leadership in the Environmental Studies program at UCSB. I am trained as a marine scientist with both master's and PhD degrees in natural resources, coastal management, and marine mammal conservation. I'm a slip holder in the Santa Barbara Harbor and also a parent of 2 avid sailors in the Santa Barbara Seashell Association, as well as the Santa Barbara Youth Sailing Foundation. To say we value and utilize the Santa Barbara Channel is an understatement. Much of our time is spent in the Santa Barbara Channel, and many of our family's memories are made here. We're fortunate to live in one of the most biodiverse regions on the planet, often touted as the Galapagos of North America, and recently designated as a Whale Heritage Site, a recognition granted to only 10 regions in the world and only 2 in the United States. The science is clear. We are already aware of the threats of cruise ships on this area from repeated air and water discharges. Ship strikes threaten the large whale species, some of which are endangered and threatened, that inhabit the channel. One accident, an oil spill or accidental holding tank discharge, could have devastating impacts. The cost of such a cleanup would be far greater than the comparatively minimal tourism gain brought to our community from cruise ships. I wonder what tourists will come after such a disaster. I urge you to help Santa Barbara achieve our carbon neutrality goal by 2035 and protect our Galapagos by significantly limiting the number of cruise ships visiting Santa Barbara. We won't meet our goal without such limitations. If vessels are permitted, I urge you to require adherence to strict guidelines, including speed limits of 10 knots or less and use of advanced pollution prevention treatment, not prioritizing but permitting only ships with the strongest environmental and public health records, and maintaining the subcommittee to allow for consideration of additional technologies when they become available and to continually allow review of this program. Thank you.
Thanks, Erica.
Next, we have Ernestine Ignacio de Soto.
Can I get it on the ground? I don't know, can you hear me? Am I doing this wrong?
Yes, maybe Nico, you could
Okay, well, maybe. if I
help her
get
get
my walk
situated.
out of the way. Here I am. Okay, I could belabor you with all my background, yada, yada, yada. If you don't know it by now, you'll never know. But somebody called me a national treasure the other day, and I thought, okay, doesn't pay. But in listening to all of you, I'm not polished, I'm not educated, I'm losing my voice. When I say I'm not educated, I can tell you anything about medical, but this. And this is kind of medical, but I was listening all this time, and I haven't heard one word about what the whales are saying. Not one word what the octopus are saying, or the fish, or the urchins, or all the reefs. And I know, being the people you are, it's not your fault that you're not me, or all of us, Indians. Or should I say Indians? Is that a slur? But Santa Barbara Indians, up and down the coast, all of us. And I'm just wondering, all I've heard is nothing but money, profit, business. I've been here, you've been here. I've been here 83 years, and I've never seen this town look so horrible. And my ancestors have been here 13 to 15,000 years. So I think we better start listening to all the creatures in the ocean because they're fed up. That's why they're attacking the ships, and they will continue, and that's why your cliffs are going down. I said that to Bakara. And, well, we're on that same clock. How's that? I hope you guys will think about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernestine.
Next, we have Marianne Para.
Hakuaku Kianti Kakti Marianne. Hello, my name is Marianne. I'm here today, and I usually prefer to speak before Ernestine because she's going to be 86, and it makes me emotional that after all these years in time, we don't seem to understand that our oceans are living beings. They will not live forever. We are polluting them, and anybody who says, oh, it's only 12 miles off the coast, I'd like to see you go out there in a boat, swim, hang out. You're going to get the smell of it, and it's going to make you sick. That water doesn't stay in that area. It travels. The waves come in as we see the king tides, and with the rains, these waves are coming in from other countries, from other parts of the world. It gets spread everywhere. We, as Indigenous people, as Chumash people, people of this land, we're caretakers of the land. When we were here, the sea otters and the abalone was in abundance. As we know, abalone has been threatened for very, very long. We can't even collect it. It is illegal for us to go out and collect it.
This is part of our culture that is almost just extinguished through time. It's ironic that I look at this symbol of the city and I see these ships that came in and they destroyed the habitat, the native people, and this is the same thing that's happening today. People come to Santa Barbara and choose to live here because of its beauty, because of the views of the ocean and the open space and the land, where you can turn one side, see creeks and rivers, you see the ocean, and you see the mountainside. That's what people pay big money to be here for, and we are destroying it all for profits, but the economy existed before the cruise ship. I highly urge you to please cap the limit of the ships, to please lower the speed for our whale relatives, because when the water and these animals cease to exist, so do we. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne.
And our final speaker will be Michael Riley.
Good evening. I didn't mean to speak again, but here I am because this is important. And it's great to see fellow teachers out there because you're all going to relate to the first word that I have to say. Yuck. We hear that a lot in the classroom. Yuck. And that's what I think of when I think of cruise ships, is yuck. I kayak and paddleboard, and I use those Ledbetter bathrooms religiously. And when I go out to do those recreational activities, I take a plastic baggie out with me. And I pick up those microplastics and the bottle caps and the plastic bottles that are floating around in our kelp beds, the Mylar balloons during June and May graduation months. I don't think our cruise ships lessen the amount of trash that I see out there. I don't think they do. Discharge, 12 miles out. In 6th grade, I taught about the Great Ocean Conveyor Belt. Water molecules move around our globe, up and down in the depths of the ocean according to the water temperatures. And that water molecule that's 12 miles out will come back to within 12 inches of us. 5% greenhouse gases, or 0.05, that's countywide, but I look at the ships and I see that shimmering brown haze coming out of the smokestack, and I think that's more than 5% of the air I'm breathing. 3,000 passengers, 100 passengers per tender. So that would be about 30 tenders per ship going in, 100 tenders or 30 tenders going out. So that adds to more pollution in our harbor and whatnot. I would like the commission to direct every dollar collected by every passenger that comes on our shore to be spent towards coastal cleanup directly. We've existed for decades without cruise ships, and we can exist for decades without them again. We survived 2022, we can do it again. If we prioritize our money ahead of environmental health, we all die.
There are no more hands raised and no more speaker slips. Chair Stedman.
Very well. So, commissioners, if you want to direct any questions back to the waterfront staff, now's the time. Stunning. Okay. Nico, can you read item number 4 again, please?
Yes, Chair Stedman. Item 4, review of Santa Barbara Cruise Ship Program. Recommendation that Harbor Commission receive a presentation from staff on the Santa Barbara Cruise Ship Program and the efforts of the Cruise Ship Work Group, discuss proposed improvements to the program and provide recommendations for the cruise ship program going forward, discuss and take action as necessary.
Okay, very well. So we're at the point of discussion, commissioners. Yes, Commissioner Cohen.
I have a question on the way that it's always been my understanding that we were working towards a recommendation to go to City Council so that City Council could act on this item. I've never heard anything other than we're advisory to City Council and that our advice here and the documents that we're providing would be put forth to City Council. So I was a little bit alarmed when I heard Director Wilshire say that this is going to be contained within the harbor staff and not put forth to city council. Can you clarify that for me?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Commissioner Cohen, the majority of what Harbor Commission does is advisory to council. They can weigh in on this, absolutely. I think with this topic specifically, they'll take your guys' recommendation very wholeheartedly. So our goal as staff was to make sure that we kind of get through this process as robustly as we can, and we will be taking it to council after we take it to you all. So for them to weigh in, informative, however they want to process it, it's really up to council on if they want to defer to Harbor Commission or override whatever you decide on.
So our objective here is to provide a document to city council so that they can, to advise city council on this issue, so that they can take it to do whatever they want with it.
A lot of that is ultimately up to the commission, how you want to formulate this. Staff's recommendation is to, over the past 2 years, we've kind of compiled all of these recommendations, staff and the subcommittee. So those are all in front of you now. The way we've laid it out is to go through these one by one, and then you could make a motion at the end of all that to kind of accept it in its entirety, and that way it would be a package in its totality, and we could present that to city council and say, here was Harbor Commission's take on all of these. This is their recommendations for the cruise ship program going forward.
Commissioner McCray?
Yes, I'd like to propose a motion. Staff has recommended some items that are, I think, fairly uncontroversial at this point to become part of the harbor policy. So if you look at this report package we have, dated today's date, February 15th, 2024, Report 4, Attachment 1, and you'll see it actually on the screen right now. Those top items that are recommendations suggested, approved by staff, I would move that we forward those as part of the harbor policy with respect to cruise ships. I think these are the simple ones that I think we can all agree on. We can talk further about other items that are not included as well. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
I have a question on the motion.
Yes. Yes. Commissioner Nelson.
I'm concerned about the recommendations of the work group. Am I being asked to approve both the recommendations of the waterfront staff as well as the work group recommendations? Because I want to support the work of the work group and the work that had done to get opinion not only from the business community but also from the environmental community as well as other things. And I don't mind voting on the staff recommendations, but I also want to have an opportunity to support the recommendation of the work group.
So I see that as something that is available to us. I note that there's a list, one column, one field says work group, and so there are certain numbers here which are addressed from the work group. And I'm assuming that there are some issues that numbers don't appear in this recommended list, and so those would be the ones that we would discuss after this, if we chose to, or we could continue it to.
So we arguably could have two recommendations that we approve today. One is a decision on the recommendations made by the Waterfront Department, and two, one on the recommendations made by the work group.
Or even each one of those that isn't addressed by those that are recommended by staff individually.
Understood.
So it's a common set, right, that upper half on the sheet? That's my understanding. Is that correct, Director Wiltshire?
Yeah, the intention was that the ones that are on the screen now, and so those, whatever they are, 16, 17 recommendations, are the ones that overlap between staff and the work group.
Right. So the motion is to consider that set, Commissioner Nelson.
Okay, I guess I'll get to the nub of it. The nub of it is the work group basically has recommendations that aren't included in this. And I want to see them included in this.
Thank you.
And not treated separately. To me, they're equal, of equal value. And that's all I'm trying to do. And I think, for example, an annual review of this and the commission being involved in that review and a committee trying to help.
There's,
do that.
I think the remedy is there can be more than one motion.
And just to clarify, in this list is an annual review. That's one of the items that staff and.
Yeah, you go, yeah, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I would say my understanding is we agree on the first 17 or however many items it is, or I do. And so I'm happy to not necessarily go so granular and vote on each one, but I think the majority of time should be spent on where we differ.
Right.
I think that's going to be granular and we should go through each one, and that's going to take a while, or that's going to take some comments on that. So that's my understanding of the motion, is trying to just fast forward.
Yeah,
through the ones that we
I
all
concur
agree
with you, Chair Anderson.
Yeah.
I can second. Oh, it was a second.
Yeah, I think we
made?
already have a second.
Okay.
Thanks, Commissioner Ford. We have a third
Moving on.
now. So.
So this is a motion by Commissioner McCray, seconded by Commissioner Anderson to approve the recommendations that were suggested and approved by staff in attachment 1 of the staff report. Commissioner Cohen?
I'm sorry, I'm really confused on this. I feel like a lot of the input that went into the small, nuanced, or went into our work in this document was not all captured within these bullet items. So I would just hope that if we are putting this forth, that also City Council would be able to, and I also don't understand if we're putting this forth to recommend to the staff, or if we're putting this forth to send to City Council. Is that part of the motion to send it to City Council, those recommendations?
My motion is to have this policy accepted within the harbor. And my understanding is that if we wanted to draft a letter to City Council or have staff forward our desires for this to happen, we could do that as well. I think the issues that are going to be more difficult to consider are not in this list. This is the easy part of it, I think. I think all of these items were part of the work group's recommendations, and they are also supported by staff. And I believe they're also supported by the public. There's just not everything that's supported.
I understand that, but it has always been my understanding that we are advisory. So if I don't know what we're passing, except for to ask Waterfront to do it. Are we saying that we're pushing this to City Council? Because I don't think that we, as a body, have the ability to enact policy. That's what I've been told. Is that?
Commissioner Cohen, I think I can help clear that up. Just with everything we bring to Harbor Commission. So we're bringing it to you for your technical expertise, for your advice, for help with policy going forward. That's exactly what Harbor Commission is for, is to advise staff and council on policies and programs going forward. So over the past 2 years, we've compiled this list, hoping that the entire commission could make some recommendations as a body to help us, staff, go forward. To clarify the council thing, we will take this to council no matter what. So they've been involved, they've been waiting, watching, but we want to bring them a fully baked product, something that the Harbor Commission has agreed on. So if it eases your position, we'll definitely be taking this to council, but we need to get through our portion as Harbor Commission first. So it would be nice to have some agreed upon recommendations from the entire commission.
I hear all of that. I guess when I was hearing the motion, it was to adopt this policy, and my understanding is that that's something that we can't do. And I'm sorry to get into the nuances of this, but that's something that I've been told when I've brought other issues forth to Waterfront, that we don't enact policy. So
Correct. And
That's where
I don't know if we're getting caught up in the weeds a little bit, but the intent was, these are the recommendations put forth in front of the Harbor Commission. The Harbor Commission now has the ability to weigh in, approve, agree, or disagree with these recommendations as they stand.
So
There is a motion on the floor.
can
unless-
we read it so I understand it?
Excuse me. This is a motion by Commissioner McCray, seconded by Commissioner Anderson, to approve the recommendations that were suggested and approved by staff in attachment 1 of the staff report.
Thank you.
And send them to city council? Can I make a motion to add that, or is it already, do I just have to vote?
Commissioner McCray is the maker.
And I have a second, so I think we have to have it as it stands, and I think we're reasonably assured that it will go to city council as well.
Okay. Then, yes.
Commissioner Cohen?
Yes. Yes, it's my vote.
Commissioner Ford?
Yes.
Commissioner McCray?
Yes.
Commissioner Nelson?
Yes.
Commissioner Stanwyck?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
And Chair Stedman?
Yes.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Very well. Thank you. So now, commissioners, do we want to talk about this next set where there's a gap?
I'm happy to start off with the scheduling limit. I think that's
Yes,
going to be,
thank you.
obviously. So just to give you all a background on how we got to here, it was after all of our working group meetings, we heard lots of opinions from the economic side and the environmental side. And during those meetings, a vast majority of them were happy with some sort of compromise where we maintain what was currently kind of in place economically, but also started considering the environment. And so that's where this number came from. 18 is the average. We bumped it up to 20 to give a little bit of leeway for cancellations. If we maybe had more data on the average number of cancellations per year, we could refine that, or also, we also brought up the number of people on the ships, if we should use that as a number. We didn't have great data on that because also you need to take into account that when a ship books, we know their capacity, but we don't know what percentage of the ship's gonna be full, and you also don't know how many people are getting off the ship. So it's also not a perfect metric, but perhaps there's a way to work those two in tandem down the line, which is why I think keeping the working group together is important. But also not lose sight that the pursuit of perfection, we shouldn't stop by making progress. I think we've got a lot of progress here, and it maybe not be perfect, but again, by keeping the group together, we can refine it and make it better as time goes on. So I can also say if we leave this room without a cap, a vast majority of the people that verse their opinions at the meetings will feel like we failed them. So I think I feel fairly confident and strongly that putting a cap on it is most representative of what the citizens that I heard from want.
I would just say, also that the way that it was drafted by the subcommittee, I think captured what the intent of what we were trying to do. And so I'll read that and I'll say that I'll make a motion that we recommend to City Council to implement and enforce an annual capacity limit for cruise ship visits or passengers receiving passenger landing services aimed at preventing further expansion of the program. The average number of annual cruise ship visits over the past 10 years, excluding closure during COVID, is 18. We understand from staff that hitting that exact number each year can be difficult due to how bookings work, but recommend the program not exceed 20 visits a year. Once the bookings for the year are within the range, the city should no longer provide passenger landing services for the year. City staff receives and processes passengers consistent with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. The City Council has the ability to, as is being recommended, authorize the city manager to limit cruise ship passenger landing services by the City of Santa Barbara. So I would recommend, or I would put forth the motion that that be our recommendation to City Council.
I would second that.
Very well. Is there a discussion? Commissioner McCray?
Yeah, I would move to amend. I really am sensitive to staff's predicament with respect to scheduling and so forth. I really like the language that's in there. It's superior, and there's a lot of work that's gone into it. My amendment would be to put a target of 18 and a hard cap at 22.
We have the motion.
Do I have a second?
Yes, is there a second to that amendment?
I'll second that amendment.
Chair Stedman, we do have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Cohen, seconded by Commissioner Anderson, so we do need to vote on that.
You need to do the amendment first. You have to work back from the amendments.
I would like a vote on the amendment, or the motion that I put forth without the amendment.
Okay, so absent a ruling on order, I think we should probably,
We need a parliamentarian bad.
right. So let's vote on Commissioner Cohen's motion. It was seconded. Commissioner McCray, you can bring forth another motion.
Could I just add something? I'm not a parliamentarian expert, but I do think that at any time, a motion can be amended before it's voted on.
Yes.
And so I think that the discussion goes to the motion maker as to whether she would like to amend her motion.
Yeah, fair enough.
My understanding is it can go, we'd have to retract the second and have the maker of the motion change the motion and get a new second. Or we would simply vote the amendment. If it passes, it passes. If it doesn't, we go back to the original motion. And then when we get back to the original motion, either way, either as amended or as original, we vote on that.
You have a motion on the floor.
Right.
Why would you vote on an amendment before the motion on the floor?
Because it's a motion, it's a motion to amend the primary motion.
See, the way I would see it is that it's a
this may
second
be too
motion.
difficult for us, I think.
I think it's a second motion.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Commissioner Ford. We can bifurcate those two motions. Let's do the vote on the unamended motion.
So this is a motion by Commissioner Cohen, seconded by Commissioner Anderson, to approve the recommendation to establish a limit of 20 annual cruise ship visits as described in attachment 5 of the staff report.
No, I'm sorry, that's not my motion. Do you want me to read it or hand it to you?
Commissioner Cohen, if you could read your motion.
My motion is exactly what the cruise ship subcommittee, what their work came up with, which was to recommend to implement and enforce an annual capacity limit for cruise ship visits or passengers receiving passenger landing services aimed at preventing further expansion of the program. The average number of annual cruise ship visits over the past 10 years, excluding closures during COVID, is 18. We understand from staff that hitting that exact number each year can be difficult due to how bookings work, but recommend the program not to exceed 20 visits a year. Once the bookings for the year are within the range, the city would no longer provide passenger landing services for that year. City staff receives and processes passengers consistent with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security policy. sorry, I have a dry mouth. The city council has the ability to, as is being recommended, authorize the city manager to limit cruise ship passenger landing services by the city of Santa Barbara. I feel like a lot of work went into those numbers and listening to the public and into getting that language right with regards to our advice, because we are advisory, our advice to city council on implementation there. So I hope that the work group's work would make its way all the way across the finish line from our standpoint at least. So
Did you capture all that, Nico?
So this is a vote on the motion as described by Commissioner Cohen.
Can we
And
hear
you have
the
that
amendment?
text there, of course, right? It's in the attachment?
it was provided to, I can give it to Nico, but it's in this is directly from the work group's product from the last 2 years, from Chair Stedman, Commissioner Anderson, and myself.
Do you have that available to bring up on the screen?
Yeah.
As, if it's already in our documents?
Yeah. It's right there.
Item number 2.
Let's see. Here you go. Number 2.
If you've got it electronically, that'd be great. If not, we'll just go from there. I have a question to ask staff.
It was to make it 22 ships.
Yeah.
So it's attachment 5 of the
attachment-
staff report,
yes,
staff
it's-
report, so it's in there?
It's number 2 in attachment 5 in the staff report. I don't believe that we can pull it up, but I can
You don't have
read-
that available?
I can read it again directly from the
Oh, okay.
staff report. So this is from attachment 5. Item 2, cruise ship visit limitation, implement and enforce an annual capacity limit for cruise ship visits or passengers receiving passenger landing services aimed at preventing further expansion of the program. The average number of annual cruise ship visits over the past 10 years, excluding closure during COVID, is 18. We understand from staff hitting that exact number each year can be difficult due to how bookings work, but recommend that program not to exceed 20 visits a year. Once the bookings for the year are within that range, the city would no longer provide passenger landing services for that year. City staff receives and processes passengers consistent with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security policy. The city council has the ability to, as is being recommended, authorize the city manager to limit cruise ship passenger landing services by the city of Santa Barbara, and that's directly from the staff report.
And that's your motion?
That's my motion.
And we have a second?
I seconded it.
Okay.
Yeah, we're ready for the
All right.
vote.
So Mike, I have a question for staff.
Go right ahead.
How will that end up functionally working? Is it satisfactory? Would you be able to target 18, 20?
Commissioner McCray,
Without-
I guess my one question is that to Commissioner Cohen, your recommendation is still essentially setting a cap at 20. Am I missing that? But I think the major difference is recommending a cap of 20 versus establishing a cap of 20. I'm just trying to get my head around the fundamental difference between your recommendation and a cap of 20.
I think that what I'm trying to capture is that this is a very complex issue, and we have studied it for a year, and we feel like there are issues with just putting a cap on this, and we felt like at the end of the day that this is going to be a complex, or it could be complex, could be very simple, could be that we just put a cap on it. But since we're advisory to city council, we were just trying to capture what we learned over the last year and give that to city council so that they could take the ball and run with it where they needed to. I think that there are issues with capping it at 18 because you're going to then maybe create a situation where you are going to encourage larger ships, which is not the intent of anyone, I think, who spoke here today or anyone that I've heard speak over the last year. But we're also mindful of the fact that there could be budget implications if we cap ships. So we want to make sure that we look at that. So it felt like there was a lot to this issue, and in order to give council the full understanding of it, this is what we all agreed on when we sat down and we really, went back and forth. So I understand it's complex, but what I'm saying is I want our recommendation to go to city council for them to basically figure out a way for us to not expand this program, given all of these different items. Sorry, that's more than
No,
I need
it's
to know.
helping clear. Just to answer Commissioner McCrae's question on how we'd administrate it, I just wanted to clarify that the recommendation was per here, the program not exceed 20 visits, because if that's not the case and we're just going to city council for them to decide, then that will be a different process. If the recommendation is to cap it, whatever the number is, 18, 25, 30, we're talking about numbers that we're not even there yet. So as we showed, the cruise ships are declining. So as of right now, in the short term, we only have 15 cruise ships booked for this coming fiscal year. So to your question, Commissioner McCrae, yeah, we're not there yet. So a lot of this is not at our discretion. We receive bookings very randomly. They don't come all at once. We don't have all that much discretion. It's kind of driven by demand of the industry, just as travel. So sure, if maybe 5 years from now, let's say it spikes back up and we had more in the fall, we could just take bookings until we hit a cap and then say no more.
My concern is that we take bookings until we hit a cap that's actually a target and not a cap, and then several of them drop out and we get left holding the bag, and I don't want that to happen.
Yeah, and that's very possible, and I know some folks spoke to prioritizing, and that's where the administrative difficulty gets into it. It's not the inability to do it, it's just that if we book 18, 20 cruise ships and then 5 cancel, we're not in a position, we can't call up 4 or 5 more and say, hey, we now have slots again. That ship has sailed, pun not intended.
Commissioner McCrae, I'll add that I think that we understood that this is a complex issue and that just setting a cap, and so that's why I kind of take issue with this document, which just says establish a cap of 20 ships, because that's not what we were trying to capture. There's a lot of complexity to this issue. What we were trying to capture is the complexity of it and say, this issue itself really needs to be looked at heavily by city council so that we don't get this wrong. And after a year, we still had questions on how to do that.
So I really like the spirit of what you've got there and the language. It's great. I'm still stuck. Are we recommending a cap, or are we recommending City Council take a good hard look at this?
We're recommending that city council take a good hard look at this. That's what the spirit of what I mean, I think I said that at the beginning, that this is our advice to city council on this issue. Now, if the waterfront wants to run with it ahead of time, I'd certainly say that, if they want to, try to come up with a version of this that works for them, then I think we would all encourage that, or I shouldn't speak for everyone. But what we are trying to do, and I realize that we're getting into semantics and into a complexity, is that this issue is really complex. And so ultimately, we're just advisory, and we could sit here for weeks and try to come up with a scheme that works on passengers or on, boat capacities or whatever it is, but it's ultimately going to go to city council and they're going to decide what happens. And so let's tell them what we found and what we agree on, and let them hopefully, do the professional job of putting in place a policy that reflects that.
I actually didn't understand your motion fully. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're ready for the vote. Yes, Commissioner Ford.
I did. I just wanted to go on record as saying that I do think caps are problematic, and I am not certain that it will work, but I want to validate and uphold the work of the committee and of so many members of our community. I think it makes it even more important that we, above all, make a commitment to that annual review, because hopefully we will learn from any of the recommendations that we make and City Council ultimately adopts, and do this better and better along the line.
Are there any more questions for the maker of the motion? Nico?
So this is a motion by Commissioner Cohen, seconded by Commissioner Anderson, as described by Commissioner Cohen. Commissioner Ford?
Yes?
Commissioner McCray?
Yes.
Commissioner Nelson? Commissioner Stanwyck?
I just want to say that I think this is the first time that we are reviewing the program in about 20 years, and I know a lot of progress has gone into this, a lot of work, and I respect that a lot. I think we've passed a really good amount of changes. My fear with this is that it's just going to be really hard to implement, at least now. I'm in favor of the annual review, but I just think just capping this now is just, it just is too confusing and it's too difficult. So I'm going to vote no.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Cohen?
Yes.
Chair Stedman?
Yes.
And that motion passes with Commissioner Stanwyck dissenting.
Very well. So, Chair Anderson?
Yes.
Do you want to continue to address these other items in the gap?
Yeah, these kind of hit on what I talked on back earlier in the meeting, where these are goals of ours that we think, these are points of ours that we want to be included in this living document of body of where we want the cruise ship program heading. But we understand at the moment, they're either very difficult to implement or they're not even possible. For example, plug-in electric cruise ships. But we want them in the document to show that that's where we want the program to be heading, and that's kind of what we support. So the goal here is not to have an onerous task for staff. It's to keep the working group aware if it changes in the future, or just kind of set a goal and target that this is where we want it moving and what we want kind of on the forefront of our thoughts when making decisions for the future of the cruise ship program.
Very well. Commissioner McCray?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I saw was most important in all of this discussion is the annual review and the work group continuing. So I think the strategy here would be to set a task and a time.
I agree.
That work group.
I
So if
agree.
we could talk about that, that'd be perfect.
Yeah, I agree. So it does fall on the question of, and there's been some sentiment expressed, not only by the waterfront, but by the public, to maybe dissolve the work group as it's currently constituted, reconstitute it to attack that scope, address that scope. Right, Commissioner Nelson?
That's exactly what I was suggesting, is that we have an annual.
Your microphone, I think.
If we have an annual report that's reviewed by a work group that makes a recommendation to implement these things when they're available, I just think that's the way to go. And if we got it right this year with the language that dealt with a number of boats, great. But if we didn't, we know we're going to change it next year because we're going to stay engaged in this because of the work the foundation that's been laid by the work group.
Right. And taking everybody's input.
Yep, agreed.
Commissioner Ford?
Well, just want to clarify, I think I'm hearing that this work group's work is complete. Because I think
Yes.
that's really important that we understand that when a group meets a lot of times and has lots of input from staff and from the community and seeks lots of information and then makes a full report to us, that's it.
I concur. Pencils down.
Okay.
So is there a motion to that effect?
Oh, I certainly would make that motion.
I don't know what we're,
He'll articulate it right now.
The motion was that.
Can you speak into the microphone, Commissioner Nelson?
That the work group has submitted a final report to the Harbor Commission and seeks its recommendation. One of those recommendations is, in fact, that this group ceases to exist following this vote and the acceptance of this report by the Harbor Commission. But that we are going to, as part of that approval, we adopt the preparation of an annual report and a work group to review the progress for the recommendations that we've made. So, is it better to make a recommendation to accept the report, the final report of the cruise ship subcommittee?
I think it might be, excuse me, it might be simpler just to go ahead and, I'd really like somebody from the previous work group to make the motion, but to go ahead and move to establish a work group to address a specific issue with a specific
Those
goal.
specific issues.
But those are the specific
Right.
issues.
Right. I'll make a motion to dissolve the current cruise ship subcommittee or working group, whatever title you want to attribute to it.
Second.
Nico?
This is a motion by Chair Stedman, seconded by Commissioner Nelson, to dissolve the current cruise ship work group. Commissioner McCrae.
Yes.
Commissioner Nelson.
Yes.
Commissioner Stanwyck.
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson.
I'm actually going to say no, and I'll just preference it because there are still points here that I think can be helpful for decision-making today. In the example I used where two ships say they want to come on the same day, we could at least look to this as guidance on how to accept them.
100%. You can motion separately to reform with that scope.
But that's what we're doing.
Yeah. So let's continue with the vote, please.
Commissioner Cohen.
No, as another commission, I mean, we haven't even gotten through all of the recommendations. I've only attended 2 meetings. I feel like, this feels really preliminary. I don't understand it, I guess. I'm confused by it.
Commissioner Ford.
Yes, with gratitude and an understanding that the work has been done. Great work has been done. Yes.
And Chair Stedman.
Yes.
That motion passes with Commissioners Anderson and Cohen dissenting.
All right, so I'm going to make the motion because I think I need to do it. I move that we establish a work group to look at the final items that we have not addressed so far that came from the previous work group with a completion time of 1 year.
I'm sorry. Can I ask for some clarification? Is that okay? I'm just wondering, then are we saying that we're not, we're rejecting the rejection, or because we've done the work. We've done 2 years worth of work on these items. So I'm just confused why now we're saying we're going to do another year's worth of work on these items. These are just advice to City Council.
I'm going to be frank. What I'm attempting to get done here is to continue the work of the work group, but we don't have that available to us the way the work groups are structured. But what we do have available to us is to terminate a work group and establish a new one with a set timeline and a goal. So that's the object.
So, okay.
That's my understanding. Please correct me if I've got this wrong.
No, I think that's well within your right. Just from staff's point of view, if the annual review is an important part of that, I would just advocate for that annual review to be something that is presented back to the full Harbor Commission.
Right.
The full Harbor Commission can utilize that information to make whatever decisions they want, form a work group. So I agree with all of you that a lot of good work has been done, but that would be staff's recommendation, is that if we see this through a year from now, that full annual report come back to the full commission. And then so that you can decide as a body where that goes, as opposed to taking a full report to a work group who then does something with it without the commission's input.
Do we have a second?
No, wait a second. While it's still plastic and not fixed with a second, I want to make sure that our new work group would be able to start work on this right away rather than waiting for a year.
Yeah, no, there's no statute of limitations. If you guys form a work group tonight, they can start at right when we're done.
Tomorrow morning at breakfast, right? Yes, Commissioner Ford.
Well, I also think, I'm not sure that that's exactly what I would be in favor of. I think that we actually could vote to accept these recommendations. And then create a work group to ensure that the work goes forward. But I'd like to consider, I think, at least on my computer here, it's 20, 21, 22, 23, and 25 for approval now.
So I don't think forming the work group precludes us from being able to
Okay.
accept any of these things right now.
Okay.
If I'm wrong, please correct me.
I just thought with saying a year sort of made that it was pushed out a bit.
Well, I think that fits the language of the annual review, right? One
Right.
year
Right.
is
So-
an annual review.
And plus, it gives the work group a life for a set time, which I think is part of the requirement.
Is there a second on Commissioner McCrae's motion?
Okay, let me restate it. I move to establish a work group to address those items which we do not, on that list, which we do not conclude tonight, and review the annual review that will be developed with a,
Can I make a motion?
if you can clean that up, please do.
Well, I'll make a different motion.
Well, let's see if there's a second first on Commissioner McCrae's motion. If there is not, then we'll move to you, Commissioner Cohen. Is there a second on Commissioner McCrae's motion?
I would second it if I could just clarify that it's just a motion to create a new work group, in a sense, and nothing else attached to it.
We just dissolved the previous work group, and we need to create a new one to look at this remaining task, whatever remaining tasks there are after tonight.
I feel like we're looking at two different things here. We're saying, are we going to, because I feel like we've spent 2 years looking at these tasks, and I feel like it's really well-baked. And I feel like these recommendations, which are just recommendations, can go to their advisory, could go to city council. I don't know why we're saying that we want to form a new group to look at something that we just looked at for 2 years. So I guess that's where I'm kind of, I'm taking issue.
Okay, is there a second on Commissioner McCrae's motion? That is before the commission.
I think we had one.
Yeah, I clarified, and so I second.
All right, we have a second. Nico?
Okay, so this is a motion by Commissioner McCrae, seconded by Commissioner Ford, to establish a new work group to address the items that were not suggested by staff, as described in attachment 1 of the staff report, to be addressed at the annual report that staff is to produce with a completion time of 1 year for the work group.
That's not exactly what I was seconding. I was seconding, and I think that's what you said, Commissioner McCrae, that this work group would address issues that we don't agree, or that aren't completed tonight.
That's correct. And just for clarification, we have had a lot of public comment and comment here that we continue the work group. That there be instead of, and objections to the fact that it was a work group rather than a subcommittee and had an extended life, that we continue to look at the cruise ship issue on a continuing basis, more or less. And we've also been given direction that work groups have a limited lifespan, a set goal, and a set goal. So what I'm trying to do here is to address those public comments and the concern here that I've heard for the desire to continue to be able to look at cruise ships and think about them and make choices with respect to them on a continuing basis. So this is, in effect, making a work group do the job of a subcommittee without having a subcommittee.
Vote, please.
Commissioner Nelson,
Yes.
Commissioner Stanwyck,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes, I vote there should be a subcommittee. I would have preferred to vote on the things first with the existing committee prior to dissolving and then recreating.
We'll get
but
to it.
That's been done, so here we are.
Commissioner Cohen,
I'm still confused, but sure.
Commissioner Ford,
Yes.
Commissioner McCrae,
Yes.
Chair Stedman.
Yes.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, very well. Now, Commissioner Cohen, do you want to raise additional issues?
I wanted to acknowledge our work that we've done for the last 2 years, and I was going to say that I think that we should, I mean, my motion originally was going to be to send the subcommittee's work, all of it, to City Council, because I feel like there's so much in here, which I hope it does make it to City Council. But I think that we have good recommendations that are pretty open-ended. Most of these items are either we're requesting or we're evaluating or we're asking for more information on. So I would hope that we would put forth items number 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 22 as they're written in the subcommittee or the work group's report to City Council as our advice. That's my motion.
So I would comment that I think we just checked the box on 12.
We did.
Yeah, exactly. And also, your work, the work of that group and that subcommittee was for the benefit of the full commission. It's not the working group that goes to City Council to represent the full commission. The full commission represents itself to the waterfront.
Yeah.
Who carries forth recommendations. So if consensus was failed to be achieved in your aperture, then, you know, we're still moving forward, right? You have the opportunity to participate, and we'll designate members for the next working group. Everyone
Absolutely.
here has the opportunity to be in that working group.
Absolutely, but we're not really done with the work is what I think.
I think we all agree on that.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, we're not all done with the work, so it just, at any rate, that's my motion.
May I make a motion? Oh, you have a motion? What is the motion?
My motion is to send items number 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 22 as they're written by the subcommittee or the work group to City Council as our advisory, or as an advisory body to City Council. As they were written by the group or the committee. I can read them out to you if you want. Well, we already did 2, so 6 was scrubber technology, and that was to prioritize ships with scrubber technology and those that utilize closed-loop scrubber technologies, incorporating shoreside hazardous waste disposal. I think we've talked about scrubbers and the detriment to society, and so we're just asking that those be prioritized.
Commissioner Cohen, this is important for staff because I understand the desire to send it to council, but it will be staff who is inevitably enacting and administering these programs. So can I get some input from the Harbor Commission on how we would actively prioritize a ship with a certain technology? So what does that prioritization look like?
I think that what we're saying on that is that there's more work to be done on that. But I think that Commissioner Anderson made a good point. Oftentimes you might get 2 ships that are looking for the same date, or you might decide that, a ship comes in and they are with a company or a cruise line. For instance, when I talked to the city of Avalon, they vet the whole company before they, open up their port. And we don't do anything like that here. So we might want to, I don't know, that's staff's job to figure it out and city council to actually put in place a policy. But I think that what we heard over and over again from the people that came in and spoke to us was, we want a program that is environmentally friendly and that is, or not friendly, but is moving in the right direction. So the only way we can do that is either we can say, we're only going to take ships that, that don't have scrubbers or that have closed loop scrubbers, or we can recommend that you prioritize. And so we chose the softer of the 2 languages. I can tell you that all of the environmental groups that were represented here today would prefer that we say that we just don't take ships that are open loop scrubbers, which means that when they get 24 miles off the coast, they are going to be putting their, spraying down into the water. So we tried to have more open language there. And that's why we use prioritize, so that you could understand, because otherwise we could just say, well, if they don't have this, then they can't come. So, yeah, at any rate.
I'll just speak a little bit to the level of effort that we're expecting here. Not changing your current process, receiving ships the same way you do, but in the event where you have the opportunity to prioritize a ship that has plug-in electric, then you do. So I would say, to sum it up, the level of effort we're asking for currently is low, but this new group hopefully will help develop that to a spot where maybe it is something that's more easy for you guys to enact in the future. But what we're currently asking for is not, in my mind, a very big lift from you all. It's only when your current process allows you to evaluate them and you use this criteria to select them.
Okay, that clarifies your intentions. Yeah, thank you. Okay.
All right, so do you have a motion, Commissioner Cohen? All right, is there a second on Commissioner? Do you want to read it back, Nico? Her motion? Commissioner Cohen's?
Yes, I don't have a second yet, but this
No,
is-
we do not have a second,
do not have
but
a
I'd like to have it repeated to motivate a second.
Yeah, so this is a motion by Commissioner Cohen to move forward with the recommendations 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 22, as described in attachment 5 of the staff report.
Yeah, very well, thank you. Is
I'll
there a
second that.
Okay, Nico, we're ready for a vote.
Wait, now you have time for some.
Can we have
Well-
questions?
Commissioner Ford, yes.
Thanks. I wonder if Commissioner Cohen would consider taking 12 off that list. I feel like we addressed it.
Yeah.
I would take 12 off that list.
Thanks.
And the second agrees? Second agrees with that?
Second agrees.
All right, I have another one. Shore power connectivity. I think that's maybe sometime in the future, but actually if we're trying to limit the expansion of the cruise ship program, we may never be able to do this with our infrastructure. That's a big ship, and I'm not sure we could bring enough power down. or even sacrifice that much power from what comes over the hill to us, in as much as Santa Barbara depends on those people that ride those cruise ships to generate power for us, quite frankly. How does staff feel about trying to prioritize shore power connectivity?
Item number 10.
Yeah, Commissioner McCray, I read that a little bit differently. I think that's prioritizing ships that have that technology, not upgrading our infrastructure to enable that. And so it would just be saying, hey, we're honoring ships that have this technology on. When they're in other ports, they're using it, but knowing that that can't happen here was how I read it.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Yeah, because that was.
Can I read that item? So
First group, okay.
is it okay? All right.
Yes.
We understand that ships cannot plug in here, but we also understand that if ships do not have that technology, they are not moving in a direction of running cleaner. And right now, we are the only port on the whole coast of California that allows ships to come in without plugging in, besides the island of Catalina, which obviously is an island, so everyone's going on a ship. So our thoughts were to, like we say, give preference to vessels equipped with shore power connectivity. And although the city of Santa Barbara does not currently provide these services, and we probably never will, prioritizing such ships acknowledges the city's commitment to environmental sustainability and encourages environmentally responsible practices. Because if these ships come into another port and they don't have the plug-in, then they're not going to be able to run cleaner. So it's just saying we want ships to be running cleaner and thinking about being more environmentally conscious when they're building even the ships. So it's a very, I think, low ask, quite frankly, but.
Not to belabor, the most difficult one on staff's point of view is number 9, so requesting that cruise ships consider at-anchor emissions control systems. This is a pretty vague description of a technology that doesn't specifically exist, and so we can do our best to interpret what that is, but it is sort of a progressive scale of at-anchor technology, emissions control technology, and cruise ships have been implementing that to minimize engines running while they're at anchor, and so it's kind of like a progressive scale, and so we'll just do our best to predict what that technology is and when it will exist.
That's all we're asking. I mean, I think that's all we're asking on that. We say, when it becomes available. We're just acknowledging the work that the other environmental organizations have done because they really wanted us to acknowledge that at-anchor emission control systems would be preferable.
I think we were conducting the work group in C2 right here, right? It sounds like it. This is the work group in progress. So we do have a motion. We should get to a vote and keep the meeting moving.
So this is a motion by Commissioner Cohen, seconded by Commissioner Anderson, to move forward with recommendations 6, 9, 10, 11, and 22, as described in attachment 5 of the staff report. Commissioner Stanwyck.
I thought we removed 22. Is that right?
12.
We moved 12.
Oh, we moved 12.
We moved 12.
Okay. Yes.
Commissioner Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Cohen.
Yes.
Commissioner Ford.
Yes.
Commissioner McCray.
I'm going to vote no. I think we need more time on some of these.
Commissioner Nelson.
Yes.
Chair Stedman.
Yes.
That passes with Commissioner McCray dissenting.
Very well. Now, Commissioner Ford, did you have a motion that you were contemplating?
Yes, it was that one.
Okay. Amazing. All right. So we are making some progress there. Thank you, members of the public, for your concentration. All right. So I believe we've conducted all the deliberations that we need to on that item. Do you Do you agree, or do you have more points to raise?
I just am wondering if we close the loop on establishing a new work group, because it takes an actionable item to put a work group together, do we need to establish?
The work group was formed, but you did not establish.
We did
who's on
not
the work
establish
group.
membership. That's correct. So is that the point you're raising? Membership?
Yeah.
I presume you want to be a member of that group?
I'd like to,
Uh,
but it's,
Probably
up to
Commissioner
everyone.
Anderson wants to be a member.
To me, it makes sense. To me, it makes sense to keep at least some of the bodies in there because it's been 2 years of knowledge, so I
Sure.
think we're gonna be going backwards
Well,
if we
there's
switch it too much.
2/3 right there. Who would like to be the third member of the group?
You're not on any committees.
Yes, I will join the work group if asked.
Excellent. All right, so the new work group with a different scope and a time limit has been constituted with one new member. Thank you, Commissioner McCray.
Do we need a vote on this?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
I believe I need a motion and a second.
I'll make a motion to establish the members of the cruise ship work group is Commissioner Cohen, myself Anderson, and McCray.
I'll second.
Okay, this is a motion by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner McCray, to establish a new cruise ship work group made up of Commissioners Anderson, Cohen, and McCray. Commissioner Anderson?
In case it ever matters in the future, the work group's already there, we're just establishing the members, right? So, yes.
Commissioner Cohen?
Yes.
Commissioner Ford?
Yes.
Commissioner McCray?
Yes.
Commissioner Nelson?
Yes.
Commissioner Stanwyck?
Yes.
And Chair Stedman?
Yes.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Very well. Are there any other comments or questions or issues that need to be raised regarding item number 4?
I don't think so.
Okay, Nico, let's move on to item number 5. New business.
Right, this is item 5, Moby Dick Restaurant Rent Deferment. Recommendation that Harbor Commission recommend approval by the City Council of a 3-month rent deferment for Moby Dick Restaurant to provide financial relief to the tenant while they perform renovations and add a clam bar to their leased space.
Good evening, Chair Stedman, Commissioners, members of the public. My name is Cesar Barrios. I am the Waterfront Business Manager. And today I bring to you a proposal for a 3-month rent deferment for Moby Dick Restaurant to provide financial relief while they perform the renovations to add a clam bar to their existing lease space. And as you may recall, I brought this item over one of the last meetings in regards to just giving you an update on the work that we're conducting. So first, I would like to provide some background. Moby Dick Restaurant is located at 220 Stearns Wharf. It opened its doors in the early 1980s, and since then, the restaurant has been a valued tenant and an integral part of the community here in Santa Barbara and a staple on Stearns Wharf. And here you have a section of the let me get the right image. So this is where the area is being renovated as far as the clam bars on the north side of the building. You see my cursor right here. That currently is just regular seating, and they're actively working on having this a U-shaped clam bar. That will actually add a whole new feature to the building, which is a walk-up bar, which currently they don't have. Even though they do have a bar, the public is not able to walk up to it and order food or drinks. So this is a significant addition to this to the building. And so in part due to the extensive nature of the renovations and the financial investment, which it's close to $1 million, the owners propose a rent deferment to help manage their financial obligations during this time, which is 3 months. On that regard, upon review, the Waterfront Department granted a 3-month rent deferment of the base rent, which we started this month, and it will last through the end of April. So the rent during this period will not be waived. Instead, it will be amortized starting in May of 2024, and it will go through the end of the lease in December 2030. So gradually it'll be spread out through the remainder of their lease agreement that goes through 2030. This is very common within the waterfront practices. Again, I brought a few of these items recently, which is kind of an uncommon climate that we've seen lately, but we've seen a lot of businesses doing renovations and significant upgrades to their working spaces, which is, it does affect their financial obligations at times. With that, I have a recommendation to send this to the City Council for approval in the form of an amendment. And this action would demonstrate goodwill in supporting waterfront tenants and their significant commitment to improving the quality of an appeal of their leased spaces by renovating their buildings and looking ahead in the future. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Anderson?
I thought the last presentation we saw, it was 62 grand a month. This one says 62 grand in total. So I just wanted to clarify.
Commissioner, yes, this is total for the 3 months. Mhm.
Commissioner Nelson?
How many restaurants are currently enjoying rent deferrals?
Currently, we have, not counting Moby Dick's, it's 2. We have the Anchor Rose and the Harbor Restaurant.
Harbor Restaurant. And what's going on with the sushi place? That's
Sushi Place, I did not receive an official response from the owner. And also, their rent is very nominal. It's just under $900 per month in comparison to these restaurants, which are in the, like for example, Harbor Restaurant is almost $58,000 per month.
right.
Sushi Go-Go it's $900 a month.
So it's just two. It's just two. Three
It's
now.
just three now.
Three now.
And yes, it's 3 now.
And it's probably the first time in 2 decades that that's been the case.
That is correct.
So I guess where I'm headed is I think things are changing in terms of the market, if you will, for restaurants, and I think we made leases a priority that are going to appear, and one of those ought to be, how we're dealing with the restaurants. What in fact do we have? So, for example, if we hired a restaurant consultant, how would they describe the restaurants and the food services that we provide? Because things are changing. I mean, you heard Visit Santa Barbara today saying we're 10% below what we were post-pandemic or pre-pandemic. And so what I'm thinking is it's no longer just saying that things are going to change. Things have changed. And I'm thinking these rent deferrals to allow these improvements to the restaurants are an indication of that. The fact that Mrs. Rose pulled out of the Anchor Rose bothers me to a certain extent, since she was the one with all that. So I'm hoping that we can have a full conversation when we deal with leases on how we recruit tenants and what we do when leases terminate. So.
It's a very good point, Commissioner Nelson. And the market, as you mentioned, it is changing, and we're seeing a turnover of longstanding business owners that either are retiring. Maybe this is a function of the pandemic as well. I mean, there was and overall in the restaurant business, it is very tough in this town.
Right, but my worry is that the way our system is set up is the existing tenant, if they can find somebody to take the restaurant, we give them to them on the same terms that they've had for the last 20 years. And if it's not working, I mean, are we just perpetuating the problem and not looking for a new approach is all I'm suggesting. And when we talk about leases, we can deal with it then. It's just things are changing dramatically.
And that's a very good point, and I agree with you. The challenge that we have is that we're tied to lease agreements that are multi-years, some of those at least 40-year terms. So as part of the legal process, we are not able to do an assignment. So we don't have the legal authority to do that.
Right, unless you change the leases to say that, that everybody understands when they go into a lease agreement that these are, we're looking for performance. And if we don't get performance, we can't just, I remember Lang Sly would say that we give away these 5-year renewals and we don't even, they're not attached to anything. Whereas in the real world, there's a cost associated with that or a performance that has to be achieved. And I don't think we have to look very far. All we've got to do is go down the beach and see what's going on at the, what's it called? Is it called the Reunion Restaurant?
Onis Beach.
Their receipts at that Cabrillo Pavilion, admittedly, they did a major renovation, and as part of that renovation, they did an RFP to bring in new talent, if you will. And in the process, they brought in, I think, a higher level of service. They brought in higher revenues. So, and I think they had a restaurant consultant give them some advice on how to structure their RFP. So I think we've, in the notion of continuous improvement, if we talk about restaurants, we look at it a fresh start. So
it's a very good point.
Thank you.
One comment on the rent deferrals, it is a tough hit. It is a kind of a service we provide. We don't have to do that. An optimistic way of looking at that is these restaurants are kind of reached their peak. And so
Right.
we want tenants to complete tenant improvements. We really do. We want to incentivize them to do that. So when restaurants are willing to put money back into the business, that's when these deferrals come. We do have a lot of tenants that are kind of at the end of that arc. And so the deferral is a temporary hit to us, but it is that incentive piece to help tenants make these improvements for the next 5-10 years for their business. So
I completely agree, and I have my issues, as you can tell, I hope, is not the deferral as much as it is what we're doing with the public property. Are we maximizing the public benefit as well as the economic benefit when we make these properties available? And the current system that we have is one where it's just a continuous loop. The existing tenant sells the existing lease to somebody else, and then we do what we call is a renewal. We don't call it a new lease, we call it a renewal, and we just say we're going to try it again for another 20 years. And I'm thinking maybe we should approach it just a little bit differently in the future. That's all.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner McCrae.
So just to attempt to put this into context, so when somebody gets deferred rent, they're deferring their base rent. But the reality is that when they're in operation, that base rent is just a tiny fraction of what they're actually paying because they're paying the percentage rent. What would you say the difference is? And do we recover that deferred rent beyond just, them eventually paying it? Do we recover it ultimately many times over in their additional ability to do business, having done the renovation as percentage rent?
Well, Commissioner McCrae, that's the goal. At this point, it's unknown with this properties with Moby Dick. I believe that's the case. Talking with the owners, their goal is to pay this off before the end of their lease term. With the Harbor Restaurant, it may be a little more challenging considering they're trying a whole new business model, and also their base rent it varies in comparison to the Sushi Go-Go. The Sushi Go-Go restaurant it's significantly a percentage rent type of business. With their $900 a month base rent, it's very minor compared to what they bring in each month when they're in fully operation. And that's more of a hit to the waterfront as opposed to a larger restaurant that normally tries to hit their minimum base rent. And some, they're not successful.
Thank you.
All right. If there are no further questions on item number 5, does one of the commissioners want to make a motion?
I will. I'd like to make a motion to approve, recommend that the city council approve the 3-month rent deferral for Moby Dick Restaurant.
I second that motion.
This is a motion, excuse me, by Commissioner Fort, seconded by Chair Stedman to approve staff recommendation for item number 5. Commissioner Cohen,
Yes.
Commissioner Ford,
Yes.
Commissioner McCrae,
Yes.
Commissioner Nelson,
Yes.
Commissioner Stanwyck,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Chair Stedman.
Yes.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Excellent. Let's move on to item number 6.
Item 6, proposed lease amendments with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration for mooring the research vessel Shearwater. Recommendation that Harbor Commission recommends City Council approve amendment number 3 of lease agreement number LCA 03165 with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration for the approximately 2,160 square feet of water space at 4B Entai for mooring the 65-foot research vessel Shearwater, allowing for a new 5-year option and a new lease rate of $2,205 per month beginning January 1st, 2025.
Are there any questions? Do we have a motion on item number 6?
I move that the Harbor Commission recommend to City Council to approve the amendment number 3 of lease agreement number LCA 03165 with NOAA as outlined in the recommendation.
I second that motion.
This is a motion by Commissioner McCrae, seconded by Commissioner Nelson to approve the staff recommendation in item 6. Commissioner Ford,
Yes.
Commissioner McCrae,
Yes.
Commissioner Nelson,
Yes.
Commissioner Stanwyck,
He is absent, but I do hear a door hinge. This is item number 6. Yes or no? Yes.
Commissioner Stanwyck voted yes.
The mobile, yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Cohen,
Yes.
and Chair Stedman.
Yes.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Excellent. All right.
Can I ask a procedural question?
Yes.
Why weren't those put on the consent calendar? Sorry.
Great question. That is a very good question.
Commissioner Cohen, that is because it's an amendment to a lease.
Right.
Okay. I'm just curious.
And of course, we did have questions on one of them.
Right.
Good point.
Okay, department update.
There we go again.
Do we need a break, or are we good just kind of
Let's roll it.
rushing out when
Let's
needed
go,
and
let's power
coming back?
through it.
Yeah, you can do it? All right, all right. Can yell your motion from back there.
We, would you want to take a 5-minute break?
I think we're already taking.
All right. Let's take a 5-minute recess.
Okay.
Okay, quick 5-minute recess.
One of those snacks.
Public. My name is Brian Adair, Facilities Manager at the Waterfront. This evening, I'll be doing the Facilities Management Report. My report is basically on the updating you on our capital project program at the Waterfront. So I'll just list the projects. Stearns Wharf, a lift station replacement. We recently completed that in December. On Stearns Wharf, we have 4 sewer lift stations, and we replaced one of them. And the total cost was $308,000. This slide shows the location of the lift station that we replaced. It supports the Moby Dick Restaurant and the Shellfish Company. The other square boxes that you see in the diagram is the location of the other 3 lift stations. This just a quick picture of the old sewer lift pots versus the new ones. This project also included the controls as well as the hardware, the physical equipment. The next project that we're working on is a replacement of Harbor Patrol Boat number 3. It's a contract with Moss Boats. Is to replace Boat 3. It's in progress. Annually, we do a Stearns Wharf heavy timber replacement project. This year, it's a budget of $600,000. We're going out to bid currently, and we're going to replace 12 piles, 22 caps, 16 stringers, and 13,400 square feet of deck board. These are the locations of the deck boards that we're focusing on this year. We do a little bit each year. Ice house renovation continues. Our remaining budget is $380,000. We've recently replaced the computer that runs the ice maker. That's called a PLC, Programmable Logical Control. The next objectives is to now that we have a smart commuter, so say, we're going to try to modify that program to run the ice house more efficiently and better, improve operations. We want to install a catwalk on the north side so that our maintenance technicians can safely get to the equipment to service it, as well as some new exit doors, exit hatches that will lead onto that catwalk. And then those exit doors, we can also service the horizontal conveyor inside. It clogs up periodically. This will be a safe way to unjam it. And also we want to install the elevator conveyor, which is shown in this picture. We have the hardware, but we're going through a structural design right now for these efforts. Every year we put money aside to do a bunch of small projects around the waterfront. These are examples. Demo Garden Street parking lot kiosks. We're out for bid right now. Replace 12 light poles on Stearns Wharf. That's in planning. Travel lift pier. Replace some heavy timbers on that. That's planning. We're ordering materials. We're also continuing our efforts to replace replace docks on Marina 4. We're replacing an AC unit in our IT closet up in our Crow's Nest attic of Building 132. We're also updating classroom and conference room audio-visual equipment. That's, I think, thanks to Mike, it's almost done. It should be almost complete. These other minor projects that were completed is we replaced outboard motors on 2 of our maintenance vessels. We repaired storm drain and sinkhole in the Marina 3 parking lot. Replaced sliding and insulation for a breakwater restaurant. Replaced 3 material storage containers for the maintenance staff in the maintenance yard. Reconstruct Marina 2 and 3 sewer line lateral Y connections. Replaced 1 parking light pole behind Building 132 that was failing. We also had an effort to reseal the breakwater to prevent sand intrusion into the harbor, but it just got too costly, so we canceled that project at this time. We also are planning to do dredging this year. We have contracts with Pacific Dredge and Apex Diving Pacific Dredge will dredge near the entrance of the harbor. Apex Diving will do some dredging along the breakwater, as well as the northwest corner of the harbor, which is Marina 2 area. We're hoping to install some new fire alarms in buildings on the wharf that never had any, a budget of $250,000. We have a contract with Bay Alarm that's going through its final review process. Once that contract is approved, they're doing a design build. They'll design it and then install it. So that will include, again, 6 buildings at the wharf and also replace the aging, outdated fire alarm in the Waterfront Center. We have an effort to upgrade and renovate Ledbetter restroom. Budget currently is $250,000. Objective is to improve ADA compliance, do minor renovations in the interior, and rehab the showers on the exterior. The status is that we're out to advertising for bids currently. And for the public, even though we're going out to bid, we still can do bid contract amendments as we try to fine-tune the project to meet everybody's needs. Next project is to replace the Harbor Patrol storage shed on the commendation dock, budget $175,000. This includes replacing the dock, the building, and the hoist that keeps Harbor Patrol boat number 4 out of the water, so we increase its life. Another project that Caesar's doing for us is purchasing a new marine management software, a budget of $100,000, objectives, kind of combine multiple admin services into one program, improving operation efficiencies, improving customer experience, improve operations reporting. The status is that we're in a bidding process right now. The commercial area, we want to do improvements. We have a budget of $100,000. Objectives: improve safety, improve customer experience, improve our economics. The status is that we're in a permit application process to build that Harbor Way sidewalk on the west side of the Coast Guard building to improve safety. For Harbor Patrol boat number 2, the fire pump and fire pump motor are beyond its life expectancy. So we have a budget of $100,000. We have a contract with Marine Services, and that the pump is on order, the pump and pump motor on order. Caesar's also replacing parking pay stations, a budget of $80,000, replace 6 of them in the Cabrilla parking lot. They're on order currently. This is just a storyboard. If you look at the gray area, that kind of tells us what month that we're going to be in construction. But before you have construction, there's a lot of design, planning, permitting, ordering materials before we can actually do construction. But that's kind of a storyboard, how we're progressing. Take any questions, if there are any.
Commissioner McCray?
Yes, we heard quite a bit from the public about the shower over on Ledbetter, and I was just hoping that as soon as you know anything new, you could get the word out into the public and present whatever progress has been made, changes to us when that information is available.
Yeah, and Commissioner McCray, just to summarize on that a little bit, we had intention of bringing it back next month, the Harbor Commission to review as well. But just to clarify some of the information that went out there, and I'd sent an email out to as many of the stakeholders as we had emails for and Harbor Commission. As of now, we're maintaining the change room walls, and so that's no longer an issue. That was something that wanted to be withheld. The ADA, the complaints about reducing stalls in the bathrooms, that's kind of a non-starter. I mean, we need to meet ADA compliance, and so to make ADA compatible stalls, we have to lose 1 stall in each restroom. It overall will be nicer and more spacious, but that's really a non-starter, so there's no real discussion point there. as far as shower heads go, we're maintaining the same amount of shower heads and increasing the number of foot showers as well. So what it seems to really be boiling down to is kind of the ocean-facing walls. They're in rough shape, so to install new showers in there, we'd essentially have to take down those walls, rebuild new walls. I have strong suspicions that the Coastal Commission would not want us to rebuild concrete block walls right on the beach as they stand, nor is it our recommendation to build walls with limited sight lines and limited capabilities. So from our point of view, the shower portion will be more open and accessible with the same number of shower heads and foot showers, so the utility of the system, the area will be the same. The wind protection won't be there, but I don't think there is the intention or ability for us to kind of, in weighing the pros and cons of rebuilding those coastal walls with them being undermined by storms, sand, sediment getting in there, having that space open and clear is just the pros really outweigh the cons. So as far as all the comments that have made, it's really boiled down to just those walls that are coastal facing. The change rooms are remaining.
There's so much public sentiment about those walls right now. Any information you could provide the public that illuminates, what your limitations are, that you asked the right people that need to be asked, the answers that you got, that would be helpful.
Yeah, and we have had 2 public meetings. At the last meeting, we had a harbor patrol officer there, so I understand the concern to get all the information we can. Eventually, we're the ones who are tasked with moving forward with a project to restore the facility that hasn't seen any attention in 30-plus years, and so we have to make a decision and move forward.
Thank you.
Can I go?
Yes, Commissioner Nelson.
There's an elephant in the room here. The design of the project doesn't work for the principal and primary users of the facility. And it doesn't seem like we're concerned enough about that. I mean, I really appreciate the fact that you held that community meeting. I really did. I mean, I know Commissioners Ford and Stedman were there with me as well, and that was a great thing, and you heard them out. And as a result, you said deferral. And what I was thinking naively was that this meant there was going to be, oops, we didn't do a good job working with our stakeholders in the design, in the conceptual design of this facility. Maybe it was because it's an old project that suddenly has come forward. But the fact that you had, City College, you had, kids, you had summer camps, you had all the primary users of that basically saying, we'd rather you do nothing than what we propose to do. Now, to me, that's a problem. To me, that's something we need to address. So I'm hoping that what you learned at that meeting that I attended was there's some big problems here, and we have absolutely zero credibility with the primary and principal users of the facility. What can we do to undo that and make it better? It's not all full speed ahead and just leave the walls up. I think we've got to. I think there's an obligation for us to be more. I mean, this is no small thing to be handed out. Hundreds of names on a petition. We may be right as rain on this, but we've got I think there's a bigger problem here than we are making it out. And part of me worries about other projects in the pipeline, not just the Ledbetter bathroom. Do we have old projects that are now getting funded that no longer make sense or no longer achieve the purposes? Because in my experience, and admittedly it's 20 years ago, when you found funding for a facility like this, which is enjoyed by all these ocean swimmers, you'd expect them to be here in this audience saying, what a great job. We are so happy that you found money to improve this facility that we use every day. But that's not what's happening. They're organizing. they're organizing to say we didn't do our job. We made some mistakes here. And I'm hoping that we might take another look at capital projects to make sure that we're accomplishing our original objectives and that the stakeholders are not just aware of it, but they're actually part of the conversation. So I think it's much bigger than just Brian, all I'm saying is I think it's a bigger problem we have here to wrestle with than simply let's defer the walls for a while, but let's go full speed ahead. Because we were talking earlier about what the city council hears and doesn't hear. They're going to hear about this. And I just think we ought to proactively be taking some steps to acknowledge that this needs to be done, that we need to do a better job is all. And if I'm wrong, I apologize. I appreciated the meeting. It was necessary. I appreciated the deferral, but I don't think that's enough for the size of the problem that's been created. That's all. So enough.
Commissioner McCray?
My sense is that we could very easily end up on the wrong side of something that has a lot of public support and sentiment. And we're going to have a really, really good rationale to explain to the public why what was done was done. And if we don't come up with that, we'll be in pretty bad shape.
What do you think the Coastal Commission is going to say when we go there? Oh, we're doing a facility here that's going to restrict access to the ocean. I got a feeling there's going to be a hiccup in your process if you have to go to the Coastal Commission. Because every time I've ever dealt with the Coastal Commission, we don't have a strategic plan. What we really have is the local coastal plan, which was established to implement the Coastal Act. And the primary goal of the Coastal Act is ocean access. And I don't think we're doing it right with this project. Is all I'm going to say. And I think we can undo it. I think we can undo it, but I think we got to change our approach and let these people know that we heard them and that we're going to do something about it. So.
Chair, I don't know if my thing isn't working. But.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess my question was related to that issue as well. We heard the first comment on that before we met, which was that during the meeting, I guess there was a conversation that if it was to be paused, that would fall on the Harbor Commission to do that. Is that true? I don't know. I wasn't in that meeting, so I don't know what the conversation was.
No, at that meeting, we agreed to pause the project. The idea was to take in all the comments we could. I mean, we are trying to do our best to make that facility more accessible. So ADA improvements, all the like. Sure. You know, we're getting kind of muddled in a lot of nuance, so we tried to hear as much as we could. From that meeting, the vast majority of the comments were, we use these change rooms, all these users that we were talking about. So that functionality is not being removed. The ADA improvements are what they are inside the bathroom. So again, not to repeat myself, but what this is boiling down to is wind walls, so wind protection. And so that is the crux of it, is do we or do we not take down the wind walls? To take them down and rebuild them and put showers within them would be difficult, I'd imagine. And so at that meeting, we agreed to pause, look at this project again. The email that went out to the constituents, a majority of them responded back saying, thank you. You know, these were the items that we wanted to keep. I don't think you can always walk away from these sort of projects with everyone happy, but I don't feel necessarily comfortable moving forward with it as is either. And so.
Yeah, I guess that's my thing is that it feels like this needs to be paused. And even if we have to pause it and go back to, or come up with a new plan and go to Coastal Commission, I mean, that's what they're there for. Sometimes you have to go ask Coastal Commission's permission to change things, and I understand that that's not a fun process, but there's lots of businesses that have navigated it and other organizations that have navigated it as well. So I would also say that reducing the bathrooms there is to me, as someone that goes down there quite a bit, is significant because, they are in use all the time. And when there, are any sort of activities, I mean, we run programs on that beach. So, as personal, if you have 30 kids down there and you only have 3 bathrooms for the girls and it's a, girls' school group or something like that, that becomes a really big problem. Has there been any thought into putting more bathrooms on the women's side versus the men's side? I know that.
Yeah, Commissioner, it's just a space issue. So like that's what ADA does. It requires additional space. And so we try and do as much as we can, but anytime ADA requirements often reduce parking spaces, reduce bathroom stalls. So this isn't a facility, this isn't a $800,000 facility rebuild. We don't have those funds. This was intended as like a refresh of the existing facility that's there. And so the short answer is no, you can't fit a 10-pound pig into a 5-pound bag. Like you can't, these are the most restrooms that we can fit in there by permit, by code. It's not up to our subjective reasoning. It's
No, I know, but what I'm
compliance.
trying to say is that sometimes within the existing space, you can reallocate things, and sometimes, I mean, I don't mean to be crude, but you could put a urinal over on the men's side, and you could put another stall for women on their side. So I'm just wondering if those types of things have been thought about, because when you have only, 3 restrooms for women, or 3 restrooms for men, if you have a group there, that's going to, at any rate, be a longer line.
Yeah, no, in short, the architect has done everything they can to maximize that space. And so there's just not the dimensions to maintain
Sure, you've
the
done your
number of
best.
restrooms, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I just have a question. I'm just curious, is there any urgency to complete the project or really any downside or cons to a pause for this project?
As with any, I mean, we have our list of capital projects. Mr. Adair just went through all of them. Our staff's goal is to kind of complete those and move forward with them. We are somewhat obligated under the Americans with Disability Act to slowly meet our ADA requirements, so when we touch one of these projects. But to your point, no, it's funded through our budget at our discretion, and so we try and address these restrooms as they come up and come available. We just did it for a Marina 2 restroom, so these are kind of moving through our restrooms as we go. The minute we touch them, ADA compliance is mandatory, just like plumbing code, electrical code, we need to get a building permit, essentially. So, in short, no, we can not do capital projects if we don't need to if we want to pause them.
Okay, thanks.
Could I ask one other question? Sorry. Has there been a conversation about, I mean, I'm sorry if I'm getting too much into the weeds on this, but about creating one ADA restroom that is used commonly and then opening up more space for restrooms to remain on, do you see what I'm saying? Instead of creating 2 ADA bathrooms, creating one that has a common door, and then maybe creating a space that's,
Yeah, again, it's a space issue, and so this wasn't intended as like knocking down supporting walls and I mean, $250,000 sounds like a lot of money, but it doesn't go that far with a project like this.
not
And
at
so
all.
that really
Doesn't sound
wasn't the intent, so kind of a full facility redesign would be hundreds of thousands of dollars more than that, and this was kind of an intention of like bringing that facility up to a little bit nicer, a refresh, like what we've done with our existing restrooms, not remove the roof and kind of change the whole building completely.
Fair enough.
Are there any more questions about the restroom?
Chair Stedman, we do have one hand raised for public comment, so if we could.
Yeah, absolutely.
The hand raised is Anna Marie Gott. Anna Marie Gott, you were unmuted and can go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. I would just like to recommend that this project be terminated instead of proceeding with this flawed project. I recommend that the funds be used for another project, or you set aside the funding this year for a more comprehensive project at this site. Frankly, the project needs to be to enlarge the building, retain a a sufficient number of bathroom stalls for the general public and comply with ADA. In addition, we need to ensure that we preserve the changing areas, the showers, and the protective wind walls. Regarding the protective wind walls, the city does not need a coastal development permit for that if it demolishes the current wind walls and then rebuilds them in the same place. I'd also like to, just address the issue of this is an ADA-driven project. You are the Harbor Commission, and if the City Council had decided to create its own cruise ship, policy, they would have consulted you, correct? Well, that's what's supposed to happen with our Access and Advisory Committee. Before this project ever went to the ABR, it should have been seen by the Access Advisory Committee. But to date, it has never been seen by that department, that committee. More importantly, if we go back and, think about the noticing, a yellow sign that would have noticed all of the people that use those restrooms was never posted. So at the 11th hour, the entire community would not be out here demanding changes if any of those things had happened. So please vote to, terminate the project.
Thank you, Anna Marie. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Are there any other questions from the commission? Any other public comment? Well, you can step up and fill out a paper really fast.
I will make this really quick. I appreciate your time and now I'm hearing really thoughtful consideration.
Well, we're on our second win now, so.
Yeah. And I thank you for the cookies, because I'm on my second win too.
Okay.
Just for clarification though, the wind wall supports the 3 shower heads and 1 foot shower as is constructed now. That was to be replaced by post shower heads. I was unclear whether it's 4 directional post shower heads and then maybe 4 lower shower heads for feet, which would be 8. But we met last Sunday on Super Bowl Sunday and tried to take a picture of 4 adults cramming around this post, envisioning what that would look like for people trying to rinse off, and then try and figure out how somebody in a wheelchair would try and fit in that picture. And there's no wind protection, so the spray is just going to go everywhere. And where those posts are presently scheduled to be put, someone that walks out of the bathroom, if someone is rinsing, will get completely sprayed because there's no wind protection, no walls. So I'm concerned about the ground being slippery at all times because there's going to be spray all over the place. About the safety issue and, the vagrancy and stuff, yeah, there are people that are unhoused and unfortunate people that have to go down and they use that for hygiene, cleaning purposes. And they do a really good job of cleaning themselves, I will say. You take down the walls, the people at Shoreline Cafe are going to see them doing a really good job of cleaning themselves. They're thorough. And I dare say that might not be something that we want to expose everybody to, but I appreciate your concern. We were worried about this. We think that cooler minds can prevail. We're not anti-ADA, we're just pro-win-win so that everybody's satisfied, the city, the staff, and the citizens. Thank you.
Thanks for teaching us what yuck means. Mike?
I've heard it for 30 years.
All right, thank you. No more questions? No more hands raised? Nico?
Very quick. You heard me speak earlier.
Yes, yes, of course.
Yes, I agree with what Anna Marie Gott said, and I agree with what Michael said. I wanted to point out that I believe that this project needs to be paused indefinitely and needs to be planned out. And regarding replacing the shower walls with the same thing, like for like, I don't believe building block walls is that expensive compared to the pole showers that were proposed at $250,000 a piece. I'm pretty sure that block light is very cheap, and installing plumbing inside is next to nothing comparatively. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. Good to see you again.
Likewise.
All right, any other comments or questions? I guess it's back to you for.
One more, it'll be quick.
Yes.
We'll turn it over to Nathan Aldridge for his timely update on beach vessels just this week.
Come on, Nathan, you can do it.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Nathan Aldridge. I'm the Harbor Operations Manager, and I'd like to welcome you to the last item of your agenda this evening. As Mike said, I'd like to give a brief overview of how our department and the division, the Harbor Patrol, handles beach vessels. As we know, this time of year, we're well into the storm window, and just the last couple of weeks, we had very, very sizable swell mixed with some very strong southeast winds. We had several vessels that went on the beach. And so I'd like to give you a brief overview of sort of steps that staff takes in order to address this, both sort of proactively and sort of after the fact as well. So throughout the year, we do a really good job of trying to keep track of any incoming storms and weather, and we'll have Harbor Patrol give notice for any upcoming storms to vessels that are out in our anchorage area to advise them of the weather, encouraging them to come in and seek safe harbor. We also participate in the state's SAVE or AWAF program, so Surrendered and Abandoned Vessel Exchange program, where we will contact boaters who have vessels that appear to be either derelict or past their useful life and encourage them to turn them in sort of proactively. And we will dispose of them with grant money that we do receive from the state on a 2-year basis. And so hopefully a lot of the problematic vessels we can manage and deal with on ahead of the fact. But as we know, during the storms, that can be really tough when we're in the middle of these weather events. So if it's safe and practical, we will also rescue or perform emergency tows on vessels during the storm events. We try to encourage people to come in if they don't. And we try to make sure that we're well aware of the risks, both sort of life and property, of being out there in an exposed and dangerous anchorage. So Harbor Patrol does their best. And if there is a boat that does go on the beach, we start this process where we will do our best to contact the registered owner if we know who that is. From our last sort of presentation on the anchorage, if you remember, that's not always possible. Someone could come and drop anchor and leave a boat out there that has expired registration. They're not obligated to check in with us or register their vessel name or phone number or point of contact. So we'll do our best to run the CF or the registration numbers or the documentation number to find a name. Tracking someone down, let them know they are responsible for their vessel and for getting it off the beach. And if they can do that, that's the best case scenario. If not, then our department will do everything that is sort of legally possible and also sort of environmentally prudent to dispose of the vessels that get on the beach. For enforcement, we will be able to issue citations for vessel abandonment. We are able to do that if we do have a point of contact for whoever that last owner is. And then if there are unpaid fees that result from the disposal, that will go to collections possibly through the city, and ultimately possibly a denial of permission to moor for that owner, for themselves or for a vessel. Briefly on that little schematic on the right side there, it's a familiar map that I've shown up here before. Those red stars indicate the 3 vessels that did go on the beach about 2 weeks ago, about 5 days apart. 2 of them were on the same day, and then 1 was on the 1st. And so I have a couple of pictures here to kind of detail you a little bit about what goes into getting these vessels off the beach. Here, there's a vessel, sail vessel Ark of Faith. The easternmost vessel that went aground. It was a smaller sailboat. Fortunately, did not have a bunch of fuel or a holding tank on board, and so the disposal was, I want to say simple, but it was as clean as probably could be. I have not gotten the invoices from Marburg for this, but generally a vessel of this size can be up to about $3,000. And then a larger 45-foot hunter. The Stamos Perdidos went ashore very, very close, dangerously close to Stearns Wharf, right at the entrance of Mission Creek in the mouth there. This presented a very formidable challenge for us to deal with and to do this safely. I had a suspicion that there was a fair amount of fuel on board this vessel. We were not able to get in contact with the owner of this boat. I had known from sort of hearsay that this boat had come up from Mexico months before, and so if it was a cruiser and not knowing the size of the fuel tanks, it could have a significant amount of fuel. So I contacted Smitty's Environmental to come assist with that, to assess what type of hazardous material must be disposed. And through their great work, they were able to safely pump out over 70 gallons of diesel, 5 additional gallons of gasoline, and several propane tanks from that. Upwards of almost $18,000 just for the environmental disposal. For Marburg, also to dispose of that vessel, just to crush that and get a roll-off for a vessel that size is probably about $5,000 additional dollars. And then finally, the last vessel, on the 4th of this month, item A, this vessel was filled with human waste, oil, and fuel. And Smitty's Environmental had to bring their hazardous materials technicians with full Tyvek suits to go in there and pump this vessel out so it could be safely disposed by Marburg. Environmental costs alone about $6,000, and a similarly sized vessel for disposal about $4,000. So as you know, there are a lot of concerns that we have here with our harbor and dealing with vessels that do go aground. Just looking at these last several slides, it's a huge financial burden that falls on our department to pay, oftentimes with people who are not responsible for their boats. Yes, we do get grant money from the state, but our 2-year grant that we received in the fall of last year is about $65,500, and I think probably totaled with all 3 of these boats could close to be about $40,000. So over half of our grant just to take care of these 3 boats in pretty much one storm cycle. The environmental risks are huge. We take that very, very seriously. There's a section in the Harbors Navigation Code where we are able to remove a vessel immediately from a public beach if it does pose a threat to sensitive wetlands or habitats or public safety hazard. And we've gotten direction from the city attorney. We can be more aggressive and in the time frame for removing these boats rather than letting them sit there for days and days and days, hoping that somebody will come and take care of these. Obviously, the public safety risk, the shifting of the sort of tides, depending on the time of the year. These vessels are unstable. You know, people go around and want to take pictures and climb all over these things. It's a huge public safety risk. And just the lack of accountability for some of these boat owners who would, you know, drop a boat there and then, for all intents and purposes, can walk away from this. And we're very sensitive to the, you know, the public outcry. We try to work with not only the different partners with the environmental removal, Smitty's, Marburg, you know, Heal the Ocean as well, to try to involve, as we talk about the word stakeholder a lot tonight, but a lot of the different stakeholders to try to preemptively prevent this from occurring, but do the best we can with the way that I think our current code is written. And then also the concern is sort of the misperception of what sort of our role is and what we're able to do. As of now, as you know, the mooring area is regulated by the city, but the seasonal and the year-round anchorage is not regulated. So people can come and drop anchor, and they're really not on the hook for much with us. And so oftentimes the challenge is to be able to provide access for people who do want to anchor here, but preventing occasions like we've seen this last couple weeks. So I am happy to take any other questions. You guys have comments as well.
Commissioner McCray?
How long does an owner or someone have to get their boat off the beach, and is there an opportunity for a salvager to do it instead at some point?
Yeah, that's a great question. And over the years, generally we have tried to give someone some good faith time and effort to remove that boat. So we had an instance last year where someone did have insurance on their vessel, the rare occasion they did, and they were able to work with their insurance company, contact Boat US to see if they could kind of kedge it off in some way to do so. And if they're involved actively in that and it's not an active public safety hazard or leaking fuel spilling right in the mouth of Mission Creek, we'll generally allow that that owner to do so. I mentioned that we've gotten some direction from our city attorneys to be a little more proactive in being able to get these vessels off the beach. So our policy is about 24 hours. And so we'll say, hey, got the boat and went on the beach. Here's the situation. You need to come and take responsibility for your boat. And if you don't, we will remove it at your expense.
So is that 24 hours to respond or 24 hours to have the boat off the beach?
24 hours to engage, get that process going.
Okay, thank you. People should be warned.
I mean, one of the, something that I've heard is that because we don't require insurance for mooring or in our harbor, that we are becoming a target for ships that are derelict ships because they know that they can come here and they don't need to have insurance. Is that something that you've seen grow over the years, that we're getting more derelict boats because we have we're an outlier in the fact that we don't require insurance at this time?
Yeah, that's another good question. I don't have any hard data to support that, but anecdotally, that's the sense I'm getting. If you look up and down the coast, we are one of the few remaining free anchorages, and I hear from people who have come in and are sort of potential candidates for a boat going to the beach. When we try to contact them, they'd say things like, yeah, we know Santa Barbara's the last place to kind of come, and this is where I want to go. Because I got kicked out everywhere else, or I wasn't able to get insured, and so I can come here. So that's sort of anecdotal, for us. But yes, I think the challenge is there are a lot of boats in California that are nearing the end of their useful and productive life, and it can be gotten for the cheap from a lot of people, and they kind of go up and down, and they tend to sort of wear the welcome out in certain places through either law enforcement or unpaid fees, and they do end up finding their way up here.
Have you seen an increase in ships that are, coming on shore or that are dangerous in nature over the years, or I'm just wondering?
Yeah, I think this has been an issue that Santa Barbara has wrestled with for decades and probably long before I was here.
Okay.
And the volume of boats coming up does sort of ebb and flow depending upon the year. If you come out in the summertime in the summer anchorage, we'll have a larger size fleet out there. Generally in the winter when we had, I think Harbor Patrol did a very good job of noticing all the boats from this last really dangerous storm, got everybody as we could to come in. We really value, life over property.
Sure.
Almost all the boats came in except for maybe, I think, 4 or 5 boats from the mooring and anchorage were left out there. We got everybody else in. But we can't force them to come in. That's the other thing. If someone says, I want to stay out here, I can hold my own. We can't legally compel them, to seize their property. There are also laws that we need to be able to respect for personal property in that area.
And then my last question, when we go over that grant amount, that 65,000, is it per year? Then where does, because it seems like if it was $40,000 or $50,000 to take care of 3 of these boats,
Yep.
And do we go over that budget regularly? Does that come out of the enterprise or our funds?
Yeah. That's another great question. So it's a 2-year grant we received is $65,500. And once we start going over that, that comes out of our operating budget.
And do we know how much it has done that in the past, or?
We've been lucky in the past. The past few years, we haven't had all that many beached vessels, and so we didn't exceed it in previous years. There's also the ability to exchange funds between jurisdictions, so we haven't really gotten into that yet, but if some entity has received more grant funds and hasn't used it, we can reach out to them and try and horse trade a little bit, but we haven't gone there yet specifically.
Okay. And then I assume that when we all have the conversation about insurance, this is all going to relate.
Commissioner Nelson?
I'm curious, the $65,000, is that a limit that you can't ask for more than 65? Or what do you base your submittal to them? I mean, is it basically, over the last 3 years, we've had X number of boats, therefore we're asking for $60,000? I mean, could you ask for more, I guess, is
Yeah.
the issue with your 2-year grant.
Right. And so this is a process I'm still becoming more familiar with.
Yeah.
My understanding is every time we have a vessel that goes aground or an accident, we submit our statistics to the California Department of Boating and Waterways. And
Yeah.
they use those combining with other metrics up and down the coast. And they have a system where they say your award is X.
Oh, so they
And
make an allocation based on.
Correct, and it could go up depending upon the frequency of, beach vessels. And so my sense is if we do a good job with our reporting and our record keeping, the way it works is they announce this is the grant that we have, and so we're able to, sign our paperwork and get that in. And then once we do have these vessels that go aground, we need to keep a record of all of the different, invoices that we have, staff time. There's a 10% matching in kind we need to make for our staff, what we've done, for these boats. And we send this package up to the state and they look at it and then they will say, all right, for these 3 boats, we're going to give you your 35 grand, and then they'll cut a check. And it may be a couple months, so it's on a rolling basis.
Got it. And then, I know there's been a lot of submittals to FEMA these days after every storm event. Could you, if you're unsuccessful, if you don't have the funds to deal with it, could you basically add that to your FEMA damage analysis?
Yeah.
That you had 40, you had six boats with 5 environmental problems, and as a result, we spent 150, so that becomes a potentially fundable FEMA damage, I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. I know Mike could probably speak to that too, because that's bundled up in sort of some larger citywide costing too, but
Right.
yes.
Yeah, we did submit the cost of those beach vessels into
Oh,
our
great.
FEMA claim.
Makes sense.
Excellent. Any further questions? Any public comment, Nico? All right. We are at commission and staff communications, so it's a free-for-all. Go right ahead.
Could I take one moment?
Yeah, of course.
To tell my fellow commissioners that while we were having our break, I looked up how to amend a motion on the Robert's rules. And so there are 2 ways. The first one is the friendly way, which we had talked about too. It's called a friendly amendment, which is where the person who wants to amend the motion just turns to the first and the second of the main motion and says, hey, would you be willing to change this? The other way is exactly what Commissioner McCray described, which is that he would make the amendment, motion to amend, and be specific about what it would be. There has to be a second, then there's a vote on that, and then you move back to the main motion.
Excellent.
Excuse me?
So you actually vote on amending the motion, not
Yes.
on, okay.
Yes.
If it's a non-friendly amendment.
That validates you, Commissioner McCray, and it makes you our parliamentarian. Great. Good job. Good use of time. Any other communications? Wow.
One on staff side, I just got to give a huge kudos to our business manager, Cesar Barrios. He had his second daughter on Friday and endured our longest meeting in history. So he's probably at home right now not getting any sleep.
No, he's not getting any sleep. That's office.
If we go 13 more minutes, we can make 11 o'clock.
Thanks to the public. Thank you for everything. Thank you, Mark, as always. All right, do we have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.